for what is going to be a massive weekend, because not only have we got the first 3 hour SmackDown, but on Monday we have that epic show, that absolutely monstrous show, one of the biggest shows of 2025, the first Raw on Netflix. And honestly, you can't really hype it up enough. You can't really build it up enough. Like, as big as we think it's going to be even bigger, because Seth has come out today saying expect plenty of surprises. He was kind of running down the card. He was running down the different segments. There's lots of talking points doing the rounds on social media about how Penta could make his debut, how Becky could return. And there's like a whole list of things, even things that you don't really think of, like how they could show the first trailer for 2K25 or 26 or whatever it is they're up to now. They could show the first trailer for that on Monday, because really anyone that has got anything to do with WWE wants to be involved with that show on Monday. I wouldn't even be surprised if Mattel had like some new advert that they wanted to show off, or if the big sponsors had some stuff they wanted to kind of get in front of our eyes. So there's so much potential for Monday. There's so much stuff that we don't even really think about. Just little moments, little talking points, like, do we see Steph? Could Steph pop up at some point? I'm sure we'll see Triple H at some point. So there's lots of little things that could go down. And actually, I think my plan for this weekend is we don't actually have a stream tomorrow. There is no UFC. There is no big boxing event. There is no wrestling event. I think what I might do with my time is actually do a bit of a video where we kind of talk about what is it we could see on Monday, but actually dig into the smaller things instead. Rather than focusing on the big things that everyone knows, maybe just try and dig into those little things that could happen that could still be very, very exciting. So that's kind of my plan, but it's all about Monday. Obviously, tonight, though, we get our first 3 hour SmackDown, and there's still plenty to look forward to with this as well. So I can see lots of people in the chat. Hello, hello, hello. What I want to do, though, is just jump over, do the official preview of whatever it is we're going to be getting tonight, and then kind of take it from there. What I want to do is click over to this. So here you can see Nia Jax is going to be defending her WWE Women's Championship against Naomi. So we've actually got a Women's Championship match tonight. I don't think the title's going to change hands. Of course, we are live. This is not a tape show. We are live tonight. I don't think we get a new champ, but that could be an interesting question. Will we get a new Women's Champion? Let's just see what the percentage is. Let's just see what you lot are thinking percentage wise. So Nia or Naomi, are we going to get a new Women's Champion? There we go. So we've got that. The only other thing we've got here is Andrade takes on Shinsuke in a non-title match. They have announced that Cody is going to be making an appearance. So we know that Cody will be around. But really, outside of this, there's not loads that's been announced for this 3 hour show. So it does kind of make it a little bit exciting, because we don't know quite what to expect tonight. But they've got plenty of time to kind of show us some interesting stuff. And actually, word on the street is they're going to dig into some of those characters, some of those performers that have really struggled for TV time. So there's a good chance that we're going to be seeing some people we don't normally get chance to see. Carlin 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, said have an amazing stream tonight, Days. Thank you, my friends. I hope you have a great show. I hope you enjoy SmackDown. I probably should once again just change this on screen. So take off pre-show and just change it over, because people will be looking for the link. So SmackDown link pinned in chat. So if anyone is looking for where the hell do I find SmackDown tonight, it is just pinned at the very top, so people can just click on that and then they will be able to actually get to the show. For us in the UK, it's going to be on YouTube, and I believe that's the same for Canada as well. So if you're in the UK or Canada, and I think certain other countries also, it is pinned in the chat. So that's where people need to go if they want to find SmackDown tonight outside of the US. Of course, in America, it is going to be on USA Network. Right, Dean, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. You just need to give me 1 second because I'm just trying to share the link, which hasn't gone up yet for some reason. Let's have a look, see what's going on with that. Oh, I might have delayed it a little bit. Yeah, I was like, there's not a link out letting people know that we're live, and that's because I have set it a little bit later than I probably should have, but that's okay. We can get to that. Right, Dean, shout out to you, said, Days, here's a question. Love questions. When Alexa does join the Wyatts, does she come in as Sister Abigail or a lady Fiend? I hope your new year was good. Dean, shout out to you. So I wouldn't be expecting either of those, to be perfectly truthful. I feel like Sister Abigail was her own character who's no longer with us now. So Sister Abigail was... obviously, she passed away. We know that Bray was there when she breathed her last breath. And we know that the spirit of Sister Abigail was still around. But when Randy Orton burnt the Wyatt compound down, he sort of let her spirit go free. Like that was it. She was gone. And I think that that's why when the Funhouse returned, it was Abby the Witch, and it wasn't Sister Abigail, because I feel like Sister Abigail was sort of released. She was let go. Like when Randy burnt that compound down, I mean, you can't burn a spirit, but I think the spirit was, you know, released and gone. Now, you can tell a story where that spirit returns, of course, but I don't know. I mean, looking at the story and kind of where it's been, is it likely that they go that way? Or is it more likely that we create a new character for Alexa? I would say it's probably more likely that we create a new character for Alexa, or we kind of pick up where we were before. Because, of course, you know, she's been with Bray previous, and she wasn't Sister Abigail then. So there's not really a reason to believe that she's going to be Sister Abigail now. I think it could either be a continuation of what she was doing before, or a new character. And the reason why I might lean new character is because word on the street was, and I think this came from Tom Colohue, Bray was working on a new character for her. And this is around the time that she ended up leaving and falling pregnant, right? Starting a family. But Bray did have an idea for Alexa. Now, there's nothing to suggest that would be Sister Abigail, but I'm thinking it could be based on something new, and it could be like either her old character evolved, or it could be like a new character that's kind of coming in. I mean, just like how we saw Six at the Royal Rumble in the Pitch Black match. You know, we still don't quite know what that character was. We just know the nickname of it was Six. And that was that character that was in the Pitch Black match. That wasn't The Fiend, but it also wasn't Bray. And, you know, apparently, I think, was it Jason Baker revealed in a horror magazine that it was nickname was Six, which is obviously very interesting, considering we've got the Wyatt Six right now. So, yeah, I sort of feel like when she comes back, for the reasons I've just explained, either her old character evolved or a new character. Lady Fiend, I don't see, to be honest. I mean, I think there's a chance you could bring the Fiend back. If you was to do that, it would only be like once in a while. It would be an attraction, you know, very much like how Finn has the Demon. If we were going to bring the Fiend back, I could see it happening at, say, WrestleMania, or I could see it happening at SummerSlam. I couldn't see a whole character based on that. Because I think that that's a character that could return because people really love the Fiend. And I think that people would be okay with Braun being that character or Rowan being that character, Bo probably people would be okay with because he is the brother of Bray. So I think people would be okay with it. I can foresee some grumbles because obviously Bo doesn't have the size of Bray, so the Fiend wouldn't look quite as imposing. But actually, I've said before, could you imagine Braun being a Fiend? And the size of him, could you imagine him in the entranceway, like with that mask on and the outfit on, looking just huge? Like, that could be visually very impressive. And actually, Rowan has got a good size to him. And because Rowan was in the original Wyatt family, I don't think there would be too much pushback if we went down that road and gave the character to Rowan. And a lot of people would be like, well, how are we going to do that? But, you know, it's quite easy to have Bo turn to Braun and say, he's got a gift for you. You know, he wants you to have something. The words of the Red have said that there is a gift on the way to you, Braun. There is something coming that's just for you. And like, you know, you can kind of go down those roads. It wouldn't be supernatural in the way that, you know, we've got Nikki pretending she's Abby the Witch. We got Joe Gacy pretending he's Huskus. You know, we've got these people that are living the kind of embodiment, if you will. They are embodying the puppets. They're not actually the puppets. And so it could be that we do something similar there with Braun. You know, you could brainwash Braun into believing that the Fiend is within him. He's just got to set it free. Give him the mask and, you know, have him put it on, see how he feels. And it could be that darkness emerges. It could be a psychological thing where he just falls into the Fiend persona and becomes the Fiend in that way. It doesn't have to be that he's actually taken over by the Fiend, right? So I sort of feel like there's something that you could explore there. The idea of someone being the Fiend that isn't Bray. There would be some pushback, but I think the majority would be okay with it because people just love the Fiend. People just love that character. And I think people would be interested to see how it would look being, like, not Bray, being Braun or Rowan or Bo, or maybe even Alexa. But I think if I was to pick, I think Braun would be the one I would pick because he's gonna actually look more impressive than the original Fiend did because of his size. Whereas if you go with Bo, it's going to look less impressive. Because he's smaller. He's smaller than Bray was. So, yeah, lots and lots of stuff there to kind of get our teeth into. But for the reasons given, that's why I think it could go some ways, but not like other ways, you know. There's definitely a big 2025 coming for that group because I feel like this is the year that we need to start making some moves and making some decisions like that. Do you bring the Fiend back? When do you put Alexa with them? So on, so on, so on. Right, Raymond, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are doing well. There's my link. I'm happy now. I couldn't find it, but now I found it. Raymond said, Days, shout out to you. Shout out to you as well, buds. I hope you've had a good day. Right, Connor said, Days, 5 new WWE championships in 2025. The Speed Championship tag titles, LFG Championship, the Trios Championship, Real World Championship, Tribal Chief Championship. Jukes said, Days, do we think that Jade returns tonight with Naomi Nia? Lots of us think that it was Naomi that attacked Jade, so it is very possible she could cost her her match. Yeah, I think there is a good shout that we could actually end up getting Jade tonight, and the reason why I say that is because she did put a little tease out the other day, and so it is believed that she is getting close towards a return. I've heard that she was on holiday and that she'd actually been in Hawaii. So, yeah, I think that it seems like she's back, seems like she's active on social media, and seems like we could be getting closer towards her making a return. I don't know that that's tonight, though. There's certainly no rumours about that. But if she was to show tonight, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world. Okay, word on the street is Drew McIntyre and Sammy look like they could both be moving over to SmackDown. That is word on the street. I wonder how Drew would feel about that. I think Drew very much sees himself being a big hitter, being like, you know, a big player. So for him to move over to SmackDown might be a little disappointing. Right. Mackenzie said, I think either one or two things are going to happen. Charlotte Flair returns or Tiffy cashes in and wins the title. Metal Mama said, hello, friends. We got Metal Dad here tonight. Watching Wrestling Days on the boob tube. I don't even know what that means. Have you got, like, TVs here or something? Cool. I think we have something more happening tonight. 3 hours, but only 3 matches. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we will get something more happening tonight as well. I think that they like to give you a little bit, but they don't want to reveal everything, you know? They kind of like having some matches announced during the show. There's actually word going around as to what the main event is going to be tonight. I'm not going to bother talking about it because, well, we'll just see when we get there. But, yeah, there's definitely other stuff we'll end up getting. Hasib said, Days, would you be down if this year R-Truth John Cena won the tag titles? Yeah, I'd be down for that. I think that could be fun, but I would only give them a very short run, you know? I'm not really too interested in Cena eating up a lot of his time in the tag division. But I think if R-Truth needed a guest partner, or let's say, like, you know, a tag team picks on Cena and they're champs, right? So I'm trying to think who's champs at the moment. It wouldn't be War Raiders. DIY. So let's say later in the year, DIY pick a fight with John Cena. And then John Cena's like, I'll see you at Battleground or whatever, right? I'll see you at flipping Fastlane or whatever. Because it would only be a B pay-per-view. And I'm going to have a mystery partner. That would be really interesting. I don't know how people would feel if it's R-Truth that would be revealed as the mystery partner. Because I feel like a lot of people would want it to be like Randy Orton or flipping Kurt Angle, you know? Which would be awesome, wouldn't it? Imagine Kurt Angle coming out with their history, him being like Cena's part. So if it turned out to be R-Truth, I think there would be a tinge of disappointment, but I think that disappointment would then immediately be like, okay, this is good. Because he would come out dressed exactly the same, wouldn't he? So it would be kind of cool to kind of play on that boyhood hero thing again. I don't think it'll go that way. I can't really see them giving Cena a run with the tag titles, because do you want to use two matches? Because you'd have to have the match where he won it and then the match where he lost it. Do you want to use up a couple of Cena's last matches in the tag division just for that little story? So if it happened, I would be fine with it, but I can't say that I can see it happening, to be honest. Yowie Wowie said, David. Christopher said, could we see Austin and Punk angle in the future with him saying his name during that promo with Seth? Maybe. I think it's unlikely. I mean, we did get Austin coming back going up against Kevin Owens. I think, could they convince Austin to come back for one more match? Maybe. I don't know how Austin's feet. I don't know how he felt after that match. I don't know if he was done. I mean, he's just main evented WrestleMania one last time. And to be honest, you know, his performance was not brilliant. I think they got through it because there was lots of bells and whistles. You know, they were fighting in the crowds. There was beers being drunk. They were driving up the entrance ramp with the truck thing. But, I mean, you could tell that his movement was very laboured. You could tell that Stone Cold is not the Stone Cold of old, you know. Unsurprising, you know. Unsurprising. I'm not throwing shade. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he felt about it. I'm sure he enjoyed it. The reaction to it was, yeah, that was fun. You know, people enjoyed it. It's not like Ric Flair's last match where everyone was like, jeez. But to be perfectly truthful, I just don't think Stone Cold has got that match in him. Having looked at how he did against Kevin, I don't think he can go out there and have a proper match. That thing with Kevin was a bit of a brawl. It was a bit of a brawl, quite short. It had, you know, them driving up the entranceway in that little truck, them fighting in the crowd, doing a little spot on the commentary table, drinking beers. As I said, I mean, it was just like, oh my God, am I really watching a Stone Cold Steve Austin match? You know, it was that really. But to actually have a proper match against CM Punk that's announced in advance, I don't know. I don't know that is possible. So, yeah, I would have to file it under unlikely, but not impossible, because who knows? I mean, Stone Cold might have had some surgery or something. Might have been like, yeah, you know, my knee wasn't quite right. I've just had a bit of surgery on it. I'm feeling a lot better now. Who knows? So, not one that I'm expecting, though. Right, but if I hear Netflix 100 times, I'm going to end up cancelling my subscription, said, is that your real name? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be spoken about a lot, isn't it? Understandable, though, because there is so much excitement around Monday. DIY are turds. Do it yourself in a tag team. Leg slap kicks. They are what's not cool about NXT, said, is that your real name? Adam said, I'm hoping they end tonight with a big moment to get us even more hyped for Raw. Yeah, well, you're going to hear about Raw non-stop tonight. Where can we watch tonight in the UK? Is it on Netflix, said Jack? No, it's on YouTube. We thought it would be on Netflix a few weeks ago, but actually they've come out now and said it's on YouTube tonight. I think they want that first Raw to be the launch, you know. I think they want that first Raw to be when we all tune in together for the first time for live wrestling content on Netflix. I think they want that first Raw to be it. So, yeah, no Netflix for anyone tonight for SmackDown. It's either USA Network, your usual place wherever you would watch SmackDown, or it's YouTube. Link is at the top of the chat. Days, you might have covered it in other videos, but I have missed a few recently. Do we think Cena wins the 17th? Does Cena win 17? I think so. I would like him to, actually. We did an opinions video, and I was quite surprised at a few people saying they didn't want Cena to win. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised, because I feel like any outcome, someone has got an opinion about it. Like, someone believes that that's the right thing to do. I mean, we get hit with so many thoughts and opinions. I feel like pretty much anything and everything is on the table, right? So you're never going to get 100% on anything. So even when it comes to Cena winning number 17, you will find people that will say, and I'm not saying they're wrong, it's just personal preference, but you will find people saying, no, he's had his time. It's time for the people in the future now, for them to, you know, have their time. I just think, though, that you've got an opportunity to break a record and actually have a major talking point in 2025. And all you've got to do is get Cena one more world title. And I can't see really why you wouldn't do it, because, John, there's no one else that's close. You know, Randy is the closest, but he's still quite a few world title wins away. This is Cena's final year, so it is literally a now or never situation when it comes to Cena. And as I said, you know, other than Randy Orton, who I think's on 14, so he would need another 3 world title runs, which you could absolutely do. Like, it would be possible, but that would take quite a bit of work to get a belt on him, get it off him again, back on him, off again, back on him, in order for him to break it, as opposed to Cena just needing one more. The truth is, I think if ever this record is going to be broken, you're always going to have someone quite old in this position. I mean, I can't see you ever having like a 32-year-old that's had 16 world championship reigns, right? You're always going to be dealing with someone that's quite old. So this argument of, no, I don't want Cena to win it because Cena's too old. I want to focus on the young guns. I feel like you're always going to have that when it comes to this particular record. So this is why, for me, I'm looking at it. Outside of Orton, there's no one close. And so if you do want to break this record and you want to do it soon, this is the year, really. And the other argument is, does Cena deserve it? Well, I think he does. I think if we talk about the most recognizable names in the history of WWE, if we look at those superstars that really went above and beyond, I feel like Cena ticks every box. He went to so many shows. He headlined so many live events, not even pay-per-views or Raws. I'm talking house shows. I'm talking buy a ticket. I hope I see John Cena tonight. How many thousands and thousands and thousands of kids have said that over the years of like, do you think John Cena will be there tonight? We're talking probably hundreds of thousands of kids over the years have had that exact conversation with their parents. Do you think Cena will be there tonight as they head to the live event, as they head to the house show, as they go to Raw, as they go to SmackDown, wherever they might be? All that hope. We all remember what it was like being a kid, hoping your favorite was going to be there. How many times has Cena put a smile on someone's face because he was there that night? And not only that, think about Make-A-Wish. No one has granted more wishes than John Cena. This is someone who I think just absolutely was built to be a WWE superstar. He has got the look. He has got the promo skills, the charisma. He is very giving with his time. I don't know that he's ever turned down like an autograph or something. Like, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's someone that I think there's a lot of respect for. And so for me, it comes down to, is he the right person to have that honor? Yeah. I can't make an argument for him not being the right person to have that honor of being like the person that's had more world title runs than anyone else. And again, if it's going to get broken, the person's always going to be old. And so I would do it. The other argument is, well, hang on. Cena's been losing a lot recently. So how are you going to get him to a world title? And I feel like we've already answered that. Cena has been coming in for one-off matches. Coming in and doing a one-off match is really hard because your body is soft. Your body is not used to taking bumps. So that means every time you're in the ring with, say, Austin Theory or Roman Reigns, every time you're getting knocked down, it hurts that little bit more because your body is not used to it. You've got to build up a bit of tolerance. You need to have a few matches so that your body toughens, so that when you get knocked down, it doesn't hurt quite as much. Might not sound like much, but over the space of a match, when you're battling to beat like Roman Reigns or Austin Theory or someone that is doing this week in, week out, that is actually a big factor. So, I would tell that story if I was WWE. I would have Cena wrestle quite a few matches, have him look a bit dodgy at the start, have him do interviews where he's like, I've got to shake these cobwebs off. I've really got to get back into the rhythm. This has been my problem, is that I've been coming in and just having the odd match. And, I wasn't in the rhythm. My body wasn't toughened. And I have to go through that now. I would have him do that in the first couple of matches and then make him look better, make his performances look better after, say, match 3, match 4. And all of a sudden, then you've kind of told the audience, okay, that Cena that you've been watching for years that's been losing, this is the reason why, and this is how he's fixed it, which should hopefully mean then that people can find it easier to believe that the old Cena is back now, and the old Cena can get the job done this time. And so for me, you've explained it. I'm happy with that. Maybe it doesn't please everyone, but I'm happy with it. I think that you've explained why he's failed in recent years and why he's succeeding now. So yeah, I would give it him. I think he gets it. I think it would be a real feel-good moment, him picking up that title. and getting number 17, confetti coming down. It would be something for all of us to witness as well. You know, we was alive, we was here to witness that record being broken, which isn't the real record, because, you know, unofficially Ric Flair had like 26 world title reigns. It's just a good chunk of them are not recognized by WWE. So it's not a real record, but you know what I mean? It would be the official WWE records, and that would be good enough for me. Right, is this the first 3 hour SmackDown? It is the first 3 hour SmackDown, yes, of the year, and we have got lots of these coming up. Word on the street is this is going to go through all the way to like May, and then when we get to May, I don't know if it's going to go back down again, so I'm not sure what they're going to do at that point, but I heard ages ago that they were going to just do this till May. They're going to keep it 3 hours throughout the build to WrestleMania. And then as soon as we get to May, we know that things quieten down. And then it goes back down to 2 hours. Don't know if that's still the plan, though. But that is what was being reported a few months ago. Connor said, have you heard that there are 9 potential men Rumble winners? No. I don't believe that's true. I feel like there's a handful, but I wouldn't say there's 9. Jack said, we covered that with Jack. Switchblade said, I'm going through a breakup with someone who was the only person I had. For the past week, I've just not been motivated to turn on my TV. This will be the first thing that I've done in a while, said Switchblade. Well, Switchblade, I think a lot of us have gone through difficult breakups in our lives, and it's very, very difficult. I'd say it's one of the hardest things you can go through, to be honest. So, you know, you've just got to focus on you. You've just got to make sure that you're not dwelling on it, which is obviously an easy thing to do. I've been through a few breakups in relationships, and I think it's very easy to just sort of think about it and fall into like a pit of depression, when really the best thing you should do is get out there on night outs, be with your friends, have a drink, have a laugh, just get it off your chest. Like, really, the worst thing you can do is stay in and keep it all bottled up. That's the worst thing you can do. Getting out there and talking about it, meeting up with friends, or even if, like, you know, the friends you've got are not available, like, just getting out there, just going to the pub and being amongst people rather than being in on your own is a good thing to do as well. And honestly, focusing on you. Like, you can't control what other people do. You can only control yourself. And so you need to get into that mindset of, do you know what? I need to just make sure that I'm focused on me. And I need to just make sure that I'm happy and that I'm doing what makes me happy. And, you know, if I meet someone else or if that relationship comes back, then brilliant. But if not, then I'll be okay. That's probably the best advice I can give, having gone through a few breakups myself. Right, Mike said, I feel like with the Ric Flair rumours, he could appear at AEW. WWE have given him the one spot. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't think that he'll go to AEW personally. I think they would have had an option to have put on his last match last time, and they didn't, right? I mean, when he did that last match, I believe he was outside of WWE at that point anyway, and he ended up doing it as its own event. I mean, I think it was Conrad Thompson that sort of organised it. Ric Flair's last match, it was on, like, I don't know, DAZN or Fight TV. It was on one of those streaming platforms, and it was its own event. You tuned in, you got a little bit of an undercard. Was Karrion Kross on that card, by the way? It's just popped into my head that Karrion Kross might have been on the undercard to that. I've not thought about that event since it aired, to be honest. But yeah, no, I don't think they would. I think they know I think they know there's not much appetite after what we got last time. I mean, the dude, like, passed out twice in that last match. He was like in a really rough place. He was like out on the edge of the ring. He looked really ill. He didn't look good at all. It was a hard watch, and I really don't think AEW are going to want their name associated with anything even remotely close to that. So I don't think they would touch it with a barge pole, to be honest. I know WWE wouldn't either. So I think if he was to do one more match, I think he would have to kind of go again on his own, you know. Right, Delwyn, shout out to you, Delwyn. Really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support. I didn't realise that was such a kind donation. Darwin said, I'm really looking forward to SmackDown tonight. Back being 3 hours, which is great for talents. I have been critical of 2 hours. It hasn't been perfect, but finally we are back. You should do a video predicting who you think will headline WrestleMania 41, Night 1, Night 2. Well, to be honest, but there's so many rumors out there. I feel like right now, the main event of Night 1 is probably Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. And the main event of Night 2 is probably John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. So as we're sat here right now, I feel like those are your main events. So, and that has come from plenty of news sources talking about, you know, so I don't think a prediction video would really, I don't think that would work. I suppose more so if those rumors are true and those are the matches that we're getting, how would we feel about those? That would probably be the video to make. And we can get into that, of course. I personally am not, well, it's a bit controversial, actually. It's a really good question about how do we feel about the rumoured WrestleMania 41 main event. So CM Punk against Roman Reigns, I don't mind so much, right? Cody against Cena, I'm not a big fan of. And the reason why I say that is because from a booking point of view, I don't like it. From a fan point of view, I like it. Right? So if you're a fan looking at, oh my God, this year we could get John Cena against Cody Rhodes, like two of the biggest stars. Cena's like an all-time GOAT. Cody is the guy right now, yeah? It's him or Roman, but really Cody's the one that's got the ball. Cody is the one that shows up to the live events. Cody is the one that the kids are like dressing up as. Cody's the one that's got the championship belt. So Cody, Cena, as a fan, tuning in like, oh, this is a big match. It makes sense, right? I get it, okay? From a booking point of view, I think it's a flipping disaster. And the reason why I say that is because Cody Rhodes, right now, I think a lot of the fans are saying is having a very underwhelming title run, right? Everyone wanted him to finish the story. He did, and then what followed has been rubbish, right? His match quality has been excellent, but the creative has been so dull. It has been so boring. It has just been, I'll face you now. I think like Logan Paul stepped up to him and he's like, oh, I'm next. And that was it. He was. And we got the match. And then I think like AJ did something similar. And we got the match, and the match was a banger. I feel like Cody is carrying his end of the bargain. The match was a banger, but how we got to it was very flat. I feel like him and Kevin, the first time, was a bit flat as well. I feel like what he's doing with Kevin right now is the most entertaining thing we've done, yeah? I feel like the whole... but even that is controversial, because Cody cheated to beat Kevin. He used the chair. And so even that win at Saturday night's main event is like, why did he do that? Why did he do that? He didn't need to use the chair. It would have been better for Cody's character if he'd have just kicked the chair out the ring, right? Because he's the babyface. He's the guy the kids are looking up to. So why did he use the chair? Like, that is a very heel thing to do. And so... maybe that will play into a story that's coming down the road. But as of right now, I don't really have an explanation as to why he didn't just kick the chair out the way and show Kevin, you don't need to cheat to win, or at least I don't. Boom, crossroads, 1, 2, 3. Kevin can still be upset because he still pinned Cody and there was no referee. So Kevin could still have been upset. It didn't need Cody using that chair, right? That's just a little thing. That's not major. It's just a little thing. But I think the criticism of this title run is undeniable. You see everyone talking about it, right? So what does Cody not need right now? What does Cody need to avoid right now? How about going up against one of the biggest faces we're going to have in 2025? How about someone that the crowd are going to be absolutely united behind? John Cena wrestling for the final time at WrestleMania. Who's going to boo him? Who is going to boo John Cena at WrestleMania? Flipping nobody. It's John Cena trying to win number 17 in his last match at WrestleMania. Who is going to boo Cena? Nobody. So who are the crowd going to pick? Cena. So how is this going to help Cody? It's going to be a big match for Cody, but he's not going to come out of it with people like cheering him. He's not going to come out of it with loads of love and support. He's going to come out of it picking up the win and being booed. That's not what he needs right now. That's not what he needs. If his title run had been like flipping 2-3 years long and he'd took down a load of the heels and this was like a magic opportunity to go up against John Cena, then you do it. I made this comment the other day. Hogan faced Warrior at WrestleMania. But do you know why they did that match? Because a lot of people will use that as the example. People will be like, well, we had Hogan Warrior, WrestleMania 6, there was no problems then. No, but do you know why they did that match? They did that match because Hogan was going away. He was going away to do films, right? And so it was a passing of the torch. It was, this is the guy now. Bye. That's why they did it. Cody's not going anywhere. Cody's not going anywhere. It's a completely different situation. So for me, I'm really split on it because if we end up getting it, I'm not going to cry about it, right? Because I get it. On a poster, it looks amazing. It looks really good on a poster. Like on a poster, like two of the biggest stars going up against each other. Huge, right? Huge. But from a booking point of view, from a what does this do for Cody? Like, how is this going to help, like, you know, the people that are doubting his title run, doubting his abilities, all that kind of stuff? Like, is a win over John Cena in 2025 that big of a deal? Like, he's going to go into this match as massive favourite. So he should absolutely steamroll Cena in 2025. But not only that, like, he's not going to have the crowd on his side. It's honestly, it's not a match that I'm keen on. It's not a match I'm keen on. The alternative being him against Rock. I mean, him and Rock is just so much better. You've still got two monster names, only you've got a much better face-heel dynamic, right? And even though a win over The Rock in 2025 probably ain't going to mean as much as it would have back in the day, it still feels better because of that heel and face dynamic. This face thing, I just don't think it really does a great deal for Cody. So I'm honestly not keen on it. I honestly, if I could choose, I would take heel Randy Orton. Heel Randy Orton. Heel Randy Orton against Cody. Imagine the builds. Imagine the history between them. Imagine Randy wanting to be the one that takes that title away from Cody. And I feel like they've planted a few seeds kind of heading us towards that. We all saw Randy looking at the belts. We've all seen that Randy's had to play peacekeeper between Kevin and Cody. So what if Randy was to return and snap? And actually, you know what, he's starting to see it from Kevin's point of view. What if Randy, whilst he's been away, is starting to actually buy into what Kevin is saying, comes back, turns on Cody, you then get two massive stars on the poster, just like you would with Cena and Cody, only a much better dynamic. Much better dynamic. So, yeah, for me, like, I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of the booking. I wouldn't cry about it. It wouldn't be a disaster. It would still be a great match, very dramatic. Everyone would have their opinions on it. We could still have fun with it. So I don't want to get it twisted that I'd be like, do you know what I mean, crying on stream. Oh, my God, we've got this. I wouldn't. But I can think of, well, without even trying, I can think of 2 matches I would rather have. And I'm sure if I was to give it some more thought, I could probably find 5 matches that I would rather have rather than Cody versus Cena. So, yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's a video that we could get out of that. Maybe there's something we could get our teeth into with all of that. But we'll have to see. I mean, honestly, it's ever changing. It wasn't long ago it was Cody Rock. And then that changed to Cody Rock Roman. Now they're saying that it's Cody versus Cena. Who knows? In a couple of weeks' time, it might have flipping changed again. You know? So we'll have to wait and see. But those are the current rumours. So, Delwyn, really appreciate it, dudes. The other one was Roman Punk. And even though that at the moment is 2 faces, that doesn't bother me as much because there's no title involved. You know, a big part of the reason why I'm struggling with Cena Cody is because Cody is having his first world title run and it's been underwhelming and people want it to get better. And I don't think this helps it get better. So, you know, but we don't have that problem with Roman Punk. Pick a side, whatever, you know. If this was Cena, Cody and no title was involved, that does make it different. That does make it different. Then all of a sudden it's, you know, pick who you want to pick, really. Pick your guy, you know. But because the belt is involved and, you know, the fact that it's Cena's last WrestleMania, I just don't think this is going to really be a good look for Cody. So, Darwin, really appreciate the support, my friend. That's so generous. It very much keeps the lights on round here. Mike said, my bad question was lacking a bit of context. Okay. Do you think with the rumours that Rick is interested in AEW, does that motivate WWE to give Cena his record-setting win? No. If Ric Flair goes to AEW, I think WWE have shown that they're not petty like they used to be under Vince. And I think that got shown in the video package that aired the other day. We did a video package that was the history of Raw. Was it Raw or was it like the women's belt? It was a video package for, no, it was Raw. It was the history of Raw. And we had Jericho. We had Mercedes Moné, Sasha Banks. We had Edge. Back in the day, when Vince was in charge, anyone that was in AEW would have been left off that video package. You wouldn't even have made that video package. Now, we've got people in the video package that are current active AEW stars. That says to me they're just not bothered. They're just not. I don't even know that they really see AEW as competition anymore. I think they do. I think they keep an eye on them, but AEW are, 600,000? I mean, Raw's about to go to Netflix, and God only knows what it's going to do. It's going to be in the millions. I mean, if Raw ends up doing 2-point-something million, would people be surprised? 3 million, would people be surprised? You've got Dynamite on a Wednesday doing 600 and some thousand. I mean, the gap between them is just so big. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So if you had Ric Flair go to AEW, I don't think WWE would be bothered. I don't think I certainly don't think they'd go, go to AEW, will you? Well, now we're going to do this for Cena. Yeah, take that, Ric Flair. I don't think that's how it would work, to be honest. I think WWE are thinking about what do we need to do for Cena's last year to make it the best that we can make it. And, you know, what does Cena want? Does Cena even want that, right? I'm sure he would like it, but at this stage in his career, I think that if he doesn't feel like it's realistic, or if he feels like he's taking an opportunity away from a younger talent, he might turn it down. Cena might turn it down. Cena might be like, no. I really do like what you're doing with Gunther. I don't want to be the one that takes that title off of him or something like that. I don't think he would, though. I think he would be down for it. Because the thing is, Gunther's got to lose that title at some point. Does he want to be the one that takes the title off Cody, though? That's another thing, isn't it, as well? Cena coming back and taking the title off Cody after Cody just finished the story. That's a different perspective to look at it. Is that a good look for Cena in his last year? To take the title off a babyface that the kids love? Is that a good look? Is that something Cena should be a part of? I don't know. From that perspective, it doesn't really work either. If I'm Cena, I would have done Cena Gunther. I think Cena Gunther is an amazing match because I think Gunther is the ring general. He calls the shots in there. As long as Cena can hold his end of the bargain, and I'm pretty sure he can, there's no reason to think that match wouldn't absolutely bang, wouldn't absolutely deliver. And with the drama of it being for a world title and it's heel versus face, young versus old, for me, that match is so much more interesting. That's what I would have looked at. Cena versus Gunther, Cody versus Randy Orton, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. Something along those lines. Lovely. I'd take that all day long. But I just don't know. I don't know if that's the plan. The current plan seems to be Cody versus Cena. But no, I don't think whatever happens in AEW is going to have much bearing on WWE going forwards. I think the gap is so wide now that I think they're just focused on themselves. It's kind of like WWE are playing chess, AEW are playing checkers, and that's no disrespect. It's just their stock has fallen to the point where they've got to do quite a bit just to get back to where they were, let alone try and overtake WWE. I mean, I don't think even the biggest AEW fan could honestly look themselves in the mirror and say, we are going to be bigger than WWE in the next 3, 4, 5 years. I don't even think the biggest AEW fan could say that. I think they know where they are. They're a very distant seconds. I think really it's about them fighting to survive. That TV deal they just got was really good, but they're not going to get another one of those if these ratings keep going down. They've got to pick up those ratings. They've got to find a way of turning the ship around. That's where AEW are. And I think WWE are, much further ahead. So I don't think Ric Flair going there would change anything, to be honest. Shockwave said, we are in for a beep year if creative don't do better. They have been beep lately, and they have done nothing with the Wyatt 6, and they aren't doing some very good storylines. Let's hope that this 3 hours gives them more. Yeah, I don't disagree. I sort of feel like actually things have been on hold a little bit. I sort of feel like things have been parked as we've kind of got closer to this show. So I feel like I feel like now that we're at this 3-hour show, we can let the brakes off now. It feels like over December, we've just held things back and we just haven't really, had the big shocks and surprises. December historically is quite a quiet month. That was changed in 2024 because Punk came back at Survivor Series and that just, meant December was bonkers. I would say December just... 2023 when Punk came back. December just in 2024 was a bit more like a usual December, really. A lot of it was us just looking to that Raw on Netflix going, oh, it's coming. So, yeah, hopefully they just, go crazy. 3 hours, you've got to get more Wyatt 6 going. Definitely. And that's the whole other conversation, isn't it? Asib, shout out to you, my friends. Said, Days, do we think it'd just be better to end the brand split? Because Netflix, they want the big stars. And it's not going to be fair to people like Drew to not be involved over on USA Network and just lose out. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't end the brand split because if you end the brand split, what you're sort of suggesting is that you want the big stars on both brands. So you would want to have Cody across both shows, which he is doing actually. And you would want Roman on both shows, and you'd want CM Punk on both shows. And do you know what I mean? Like you're spreading your top stars across both. That's not great for building your future stars. We've seen this before. We've been here before. So what you would do is you put your big names on Raw and you just go crazy, right? With all this amazing storytelling, big stars, you know, constantly butting heads, everyone scrambling for that world championship. You know, you got Punk, you got Jey Uso, you got Roman Reigns, you got Cody Rhodes, you've got Bron Breakker bobbing around, and John Cena, and do you know what I mean? Like, you've got all this star power on Raw, and they've all got their sights set on that WWE Championship. And you should, with all of those parts, be able to tell some really good stories. You should be able to tell some, I mean, like, imagine, like, Jey Uso and John Cena sort of getting in each other's way. And imagine, like, you know, Bron Breakker getting himself in the mix. And I sort of feel like you just get a load of big names and you just go bonkers, right? Now, not everyone is going to be able to be on that brand. You're going to need a few big names like Sami Zayn or Drew McIntyre that unfortunately are going to get sort of pushed out. They're going to get spaced out. There's only so many slots. And so, you know, they end up going to SmackDown instead. The only thing I would say is that is not necessarily a bad thing, because there should be more room to shine. I mean, over on SmackDown, you're going to be competing with the Carmelo Hayeses of the world. I would imagine the Ilya Dragunovs. I would imagine the LA Knights, right? You're dealing with people over there that aren't of the same level of a Punk, of a Roman Reigns, of a Jacob Fatu, right? Who's really got himself over, of a John Cena. And so, you know, for those people that are just left over, it should be a little easier for them to shine. It should be a little easier for them to stand out and actually, you know, result in some really fun matches, some really good matches. So I feel like the Raw brand is going to be, oh my God, can't miss Raw. It's the big stars. It's just the WWE Championship, bonkers stories. 3 hours, just loads of stuff going on. Wyatt 6. Oh my God, I love Raw. And then you tune into SmackDown, and SmackDown is a very different beast. SmackDown is, if you love your wrestling, tune in, because you're going to see Carmelo versus Andrade, and it's going to bang, right? And honestly, you know, what we're doing with Theory over there is really good. We're building him up. Like, he's a rising star. Maybe you bring Trick Williams over there. You got Ilya doing Ilya things. Champion will be Gunther, and we all know how great Gunther is. And so you just keep, like, you know, building up. These are like the stars of tomorrow, but that doesn't have to mean that it's a bad show. Actually, the hunger of those stars wanting to show that you, if you have to choose, it's our show you should be watching. Don't go watching Raw and not watch SmackDown. If you had to choose, it's SmackDown you should want to tune into, because we're going to have the better stories, we're going to have the better matches, we're going to do the better promos, and we're going to be better. That should be the mentality of the hungry, young, up-and-comers that kind of find themselves being left off Raw, kind of pushed over to SmackDown. And we've seen that historically. They've called SmackDown the land of opportunity before, and I think that's a really good way of looking at it. So Raw will be this big bonker show, crazy star power, everyone wants to tune in and watch it. It's the show. It's the A show. And Raw historically has always been the A show. It's only really when SmackDown went to Fox that changed. Historically, Raw was always the A show. And I think certainly now that Raw's on Netflix, we are very much back to that being the case. And so SmackDown, USA Network aren't paying as much for it. And so, first dibs goes to Netflix is the truth. And so now you've got this opportunity where you can let these hungry, young, up-and-comers shine. And yeah, I think that's quite exciting. I mean, there's a real conversation to be had about who would you love to see really developed on SmackDown? Who would you love to see get invested in? I'd love Ilya to be invested in. I'd love to see Ilya being given some really good stories to get his teeth into. Imagine Ilya versus Sami Zayn. That's the kind of thing you should have. You should have Andrade Carmelo. You should have Ilya versus Sami Zayn. Ilya versus Gunther. Like, it should be that we could do that, him against him, or him against him, or him against him, or him against him. And each combination is like, oh my God, that would be amazing. Drew versus Gunther, 1-on-1. I don't know that we've ever had it. I don't know if we've ever had it. We probably have. But obviously the most famous match was Drew, Gunther, and Sheamus at WrestleMania, at Triple Threat. And it's one of the greatest triple threats I've ever seen. But so could you imagine Gunther versus Drew? Could you imagine Ilya versus Gunther? We've seen that in developmental and it was incredible. Could you imagine Sami versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight title? Can you imagine Sami versus Ilya? Can you imagine Andrade versus Sami? You see the combinations. All of a sudden you're like, oh man, I'd take any of those matches. I'd take any of those. And the problem you've got if you end the brand split is you don't really get those matches because CM Punk's got to be featured because he's on both brands now. Jey Uso's got to be featured because he's on both brands now, you know? And anyone that's missing out, like say Drew or Sami, well, there'll be another draft. There'll be a draft in May. I'm sure we can switch people around and, you know, they'll then get an opportunity. Bottom line is, if you work hard, you're always going to get opportunity. If you put the work in, you will always be around the top of the card. Drew is not being punished, per se. He's just done a massive program with CM Punk. And now he's Bloodline hunting. So, I mean, Drew's being used absolutely fine. He's far from sat in catering. If I was Drew, I would be a little disappointed in the sense of, it's a shame, you know. I wish I was a part of the first Raw on Netflix, but it's an opportunity as well. I have now got a brand that I could absolutely be the face of. If I'm Drew, that's my mentality. SmackDown is my brand. I'm the face of it. I am going to be the face of this because who's in my way? There is no Roman or Punk or Cody. So who have I got to beat but Gunther? You know, Drew's more charismatic than Gunther. Who have got to beat Sami Zayn? Yeah, Sami brings intensity, but he's also a little on the small side. Drew's got the size. He looks, you know, more impressive. And I don't think Sami has ever beaten Drew. They said that the other day. So, again, if I'm Drew, I'm looking at it like excited. I've got a real opportunity here to make that brand mine. Connor said, WWE Smackdown changes. We could see Giovanni Vinci re-debut. We could get Trick Williams and Carmelo Hayes resuming their rivalry. Nick Aldis could have an in-ring debut. Gunther and Cody could swap brands. And the Bloodline saga could move to Raw. Who do we think will get called up from NXT to the main roster, said Christopher? Yeah, I think Roxanne has got to be in that conversation. I think if there's one woman that you would look to call up right now, it would probably be her. You know, she really has clicked as a heel. I think she's done a fantastic job as a heel. I was not a fan of her as a face, but as a heel, I've really enjoyed her work. And there's a few actually. I mean, honestly, you could look at the likes of Shotzi, Gigi, Tatum. You know, if they called that group up, I wouldn't be shocked. If they wanted to call up, you could call up Jakara and Lash. I don't know if it's a bit too soon, but I thought they looked really good when they used them on the main roster. Jakara and Lash, I think, have really got something as a tag team. So you could absolutely call them up. Trick Williams, for me, you know, he's got the aura. There is a question mark around the match quality. He's had some really good matches, but I don't know. He's on a bad run. I mean, his matches with Ethan Page were not brilliant. His match with Ridge was not brilliant. His match, unfortunately, with Oba Femi has now changed. And it's now going to be him, Oba, and Eddie Thorpe. And this is off the back of a match with Eddie Thorpe that was really poor. Like, he's got to improve that match quality. But that shouldn't be a barrier because he's fine. It's fine. It's just not where it could be, or you could argue where it should be. But then you got to remember, he ain't been wrestling that long. So I don't know if you don't just keep him in NXT a little bit longer and have Shawn Michaels keep working with him, or if you just put him on the main roster and just have him improve, much like how Liv has improved. You know, when Liv first came up, she was very basic and, you know, there wasn't really much to her move set. And, you know, she was doing a lot of the right gestures, but the match quality was not brilliant. But now she's, you know, everything's just clicked. You know, she's in a much, much better place now. 2024 was a year where I think she really put it all together. And so I don't know which direction you want to go with Trick Williams, but I think there's a few directions you can go. One of them being that he gets called up. Obafemi, I really don't think that he needs much longer. He's shown enough to show that he could already be a problem for the main roster. So there's definitely some people around already that we could make moves with if we wanted to. What is this that I've been sent? Okay, I'll park that. I just got sent a little clip, which I am not going to have a chance to watch. What's this? A new video is going to drop in about an hour for 2K25. That's coming from The Movements. Is that true? I've never heard of that account, so I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. But a few rumours that there could be some movement with 2K25 trailers and whatnot. Right, there's 285 million people that are consistently going to be seeing WWE in the top shows every time they log in. Some of them are going to tune in. It's a huge deal. Netflix Billboard is the equivalent of channel surfing back in the day, says Raj Geary. Wrestle Andy, hello, my friends. I hope you're doing well. One of the positives of there being less on Netflix is it's easier to pick a show. I watch some random Smackdowns, but there's only a few per year available. It is a bit like renting a Blockbuster video. Oh, I can't believe that, actually. There is kind of a bit of a paralysis when you've got so much choice. It can be very difficult to sort of nail it down to like the ones that you want to watch, you know, or you kind of find something, but then you find something better and you're like, oh no, I'll go for that. And like, it can be hard to just press play. That is a really good point, actually. But of course, I do miss that back catalogue as well, you know. So I haven't actually done it yet. I do need to still subscribe to Peacock, but my attention has been elsewhere. Some backstage chatter about some significant tonight. WrestleVotes teasing that there could be something significant that goes down tonight. Okay. Right, am I up to speed with all the super chats and everything? No, George said, evening, buds. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, big thank you to everyone that's joining us. I'm sure a lot of people are joining us maybe for the first time. We always start a few hours before the show, and that will continue. Even though Raw and SmackDown are moving to 3 hours, I'm still going to commit to doing the 2 hours before. And I like to do that because I do like to get stuck into topics and I like to really talk about them. I love like you guys giving your thoughts in the chat as well. Like I want you to do that. I don't need people to agree with me. It's absolutely fine if people disagree. I will always explain where I'm coming from. And so I think the only thing I ever ask is that people at least understand where I'm coming from. I don't need people to agree. But equally, you don't want people going, oh, you don't know anything, you're an idiot, blah, 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 you know? That's the stuff I haven't really got time for. But the stuff where people are like, I get where you're coming from, but I don't agree because of this, this, and this. I've always got time for that. right? That to me is healthy conversation, right? And I have no problem with those conversations, genuinely, because people don't agree, do they? There's going to be loads of stuff that you lot think that I wouldn't agree with, just like there's going to be loads of stuff I say that you won't agree with, and that is absolutely fine, because at the end of the day, we're going to watch what we actually get served and we'll react to it accordingly. But yeah, I always like to do this few hours before, because I think there's always quite a few topics for us to get our teeth into. And I like to have that ability to have a little bit of time where we can actually flesh conversations out. I think it'd be really boring if these were just one-word answers, you know? So we will continue to do that. And obviously with 3-hour shows now, you could even make the argument there's going to be even more to talk about. So actually, I feel like 2025 is going to be an even bigger year than 2024. So yeah, I think we're ready for it. We've got our 3 channels set up. Being a bit more, I'm pushing the envelope a little bit more. That's what I've kind of told myself with 2025, is like, before we would not toe the line, but like, I'm all right with, do you know what I mean, being a little bit more opinionated and, like, you know, really turning up the opinions videos a little bit. Like, we've been doing a few topics we wouldn't have done, like, who do you think's going to have a bad 2025? You know, we never would have done that before. But I don't know, I want to kind of wake it all up. I feel like it needs a bit of a shock. I feel like we need to have some topics that are gonna really put the cat amongst the pigeons. So actually, one topic that I'm really excited about for this weekend, I'm really interested in what legends don't you want to see in the Rumble. Like, who don't you want to be a surprise? Because there's so many I'd imagine there's so many channels that are doing who do you want to be a surprise, right? I'm probably more interested in who do you not want as a surprise at the Royal Rumble. We won't always keep it so negative, but certainly right now I'm looking to kind of wake it up a little bit, you know? So, and actually the response has been really good. A lot of our opinions videos can sometimes struggle to get to like 1,000 views on that second channel. But we've just done a couple that have gone over 2,000 views. And I think it shows that there is an appetite for that kind of content. But we do have to be careful with it as well, because I'm not looking to drag us into a pit of negativity. So there is a balance. And I'll keep that in mind. We will be doing more positive topics mixed in as well. But I think at the moment, just for like this weekend's, I reckon we could do another, like, you know, another 1, another 2 of like, what don't you want type situations. I'll tell you the other thing I'd like to get to as well, and that is, what do you really think about, and then that would be kind of good, but I don't really know who. We've done one on Tony Khan. We've done one on Dave Meltzer. We've done one on WWE's booking. I need a few more, really. What do you really think about, and then, you know, a wrestler or, you know, a promoter or whatever it might be? What do you really think about Michael Cole? I don't know. I don't know. But I've always enjoyed doing those as well. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what 2025 has got. But with bigger shows, we should have more opportunity. Lord Shiograth, shout out to you, my friends, said, Alexa liked my comment. I'm asking her when she joins SmackDown. It's another dub for the god of dubs, said Lord Shiograth. Well, Lord Shiograth, you are, in my mind, the biggest Alexa Bliss fan. So Alexa liking your comments is just, it's not a surprise anymore. I'm actually surprised that she doesn't invite you round to meet the kid and do a bit of babysitting. So you getting likes from Alexa is, do you know what I mean, like me doing a stream. It's just it's basically a daily thing, really. It's not that surprising. So yeah, Lord Shiograth, I knew that you would come round eventually, my friend. I knew that you would see the light, and it's just great. It's great that you've decided to embrace Alexa and join the whole "We Want Alexa for Wyatt 6" movement. So welcome, my friend. Welcome. Adam, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you. Dean said, Days, what if John takes the title from Cody, then Jay takes it from John for his retirement match? Well, I mean, these things could happen, but as I said earlier, that's not what I would be looking for. I would much rather that John had the whole crowd behind him, and like was trying to take down a heel. This notion that heels and faces are in the past is just ludicrous to me. I just could not disagree with it more. Really, it's about controlling the crowd, really. It's about having the crowd united, and actually those big moments, those big pops, that big excitement. You get that when everyone is behind someone. If you have face versus face, or you have like wishy-washy characters, what you're going to get is wishy-washy responses, right? You need everyone to be united behind someone. You need everyone to root for someone. And I don't see why that is ever going to change. So for me, like, I like the traditional face-heel dynamic, because you're talking about controlling the crowd. You're talking about the crowd being united behind the babyface. You're talking about the crowd hating the heel. Everyone loves the heat that New Day are getting, and that's because they're heels and everyone hates them for what they did to Big E, and so they get booed out the building. The hate and heat that Dominic gets. I mean, every time he goes to talk, he gets booed. And again, that's generated because of what he did with his dad. Still, people have not forgotten that, and it's become a bit of a meme, to be honest, just booing him whenever he goes to talk. But again, for me, that is just wrestling. That is just wrestling in its purest form. Having someone that you root for, someone that you hate. And I think as well, we do it naturally in sport. I mean, I've been watching like the darts, and like there's just been that 17-year-old that's won the world title, and of course he's like a massive babyface. And it was funny because I was watching, and like he was going up against great people, lovely people, no issues, but I was like, oh god, I really hate them. I really hope they don't win. And it was nothing to do with them. I just really wanted the 17-year-old to win, even though the other people were perfectly great, perfectly fine. In my mind, I had my babyface and I had my heel, and I knew who I was rooting for. So, yeah, for me, I'm not looking for John Cena to beat Cody Rhodes. I'm not looking for that match. But if we get it, well then, yeah, there's the possibility that we could end up getting John winning. And then to do John Cena against Jey Uso, I mean, you're just going into that same problem again. And I ain't looking for that, I wouldn't want... Could you imagine Jey Uso winning his world title and getting mixed reactions because people are disappointed that John Cena has just lost his title? Like, could you imagine that? Like, if Jey is going to win his first world title, surely it has to be against a heel where the whole crowd are going to erupt and the whole crowd are going to be... Imagine if Cody Rhodes finished his story by beating flipping a babyface, and half the crowd were like, oh, didn't really want that. I was kind of hoping that, such and such was going to retain. I didn't really want Cody beating him. I'd like Cody to finish his story, but not really now. And like, imagine how much that would have took away from the moment. Like, that moment worked because we really put heat on Roman and on Rock. And we really went out of our way to make them monster heels, So this idea that the whole babyface heel thing is in the past couldn't be further from the truth. Couldn't be further from the truth. But what I will say is that there is some in the booking at the moment that does leave you kind of scratching your head. You've got the whole Kevin Owens thing where he's going around kind of saying that he was cheated and that he should be the real champion and all this. And there's plenty of people that are like, oh, Kevin's right, I stand with Kevin. And it's like, no, some of the points he's making are interesting, but, he's upset with Cody because Cody sided with Roman. And I get that. I can understand that. Like, I totally get where he's coming from, actually. But equally, that being said, he shouldn't have physically attacked Cody. He was shouting at a child the other day. He was standing on some ring steps at a house show, screaming, "Look at it," at some child dressed as Cody. I mean, that's not very face. So, I mean, there's plenty that Kevin's doing to show that he is a heel. But some of that messaging seems to just be getting lost a little bit at the moment. It's very interesting. There's so much stuff about wrestling that I think is so interesting. So much like in the dynamics, in the politics, in the presentation that you're like, why are they doing that? Or is that going the way they want it to? Is that really how they book this? Or is it just not quite coming off the way they wanted? Or if it is, why are they going that way? Like, there genuinely is so much that you could get your teeth into. I feel like there's a lot of surface level stuff for casual fans, but if you're a more hardcore fan, there's quite a lot that you can, like, oh, this is meaty. There's a lot here to chew over and talk about, you know. Hopefully more in 2025 for the Wyatt Six. Rob said, Happy New Year, days and community. I am excited for January 6th. Yes. Same, buds. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm also very excited for it. Right. This could be the greatest year in pro wrestling, says Aaron. Aaron, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, honestly, I think you're right. I think this stands a chance of being right up there. I think that with the move to Netflix, with Cena's last year, and, you know, the possibility, the potential, the opportunity that's going to come out of, like, that split, as we just spoke about, with SmackDown having enough room now, with really being able to showcase some people. I mean, we all get frustrated when certain people don't make it onto the shows. There's no excuse now. You know, for the first part of this year, the main roster is going to be 6 hours long. I don't know that consistently we've ever had a periods of time where both Raw and SmackDown were 3 hours long at the same time. I don't think we have. Like actually the amount of content we're going to get a week is going to be 8 hours across Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. 8 hours every week. And more than that if there's a PLE or a Saturday night's main event. So we're talking about a lot of content, which is going to provide a lot of talking points, which is what you need to make a year a really memorable, great year. What we really need are those big, big moments. And you're guaranteed to have at least one, right? Well, two. I mean, however we start off the Raw on Netflix is going to be a big, big moment. Right. However, whatever kicks that off is going to be a massive moment. And whatever, if Cena gets 17, that would be a massive moment. And the absolute undeniable highlight of the year in my mind is going to be Cena's last match. I don't think there will be anything that happens this year that will be bigger than when John Cena finally says goodbye and actually wrestles his last match. I don't think anything they can do this year is going to reach that level. That is guaranteed to happen, and unless we have an injury, it's guaranteed to be in December. So that means that we've got a guaranteed blockbuster end of the year. We've got a blockbuster start of the year, January 6th, and we've got a blockbuster end of the year. Can they fill the middle with enough moments and talking points and big shocks and all that stuff? Can they fill that to make this the year that we're hoping that they're going to do that? Can they make this one of the all-time great years? Because I think you're absolutely right. I think the framework, the structure is there for that to be a reality. I think you are absolutely correct. Jackson said, Days, what if we get John and Cody with someone else like Randy as the heel, or Rock, and it's a triple threat? Would you book that, said Jackson? That would actually be a little bit more palatable, yes. I'm never a massive fan of triple threats and fatal four-ways, and really because I always think of my favourite ever matches, and they are always one-on-one. I think the drama of having two people battling to try and show that they are the better person, I think for me that is what I love watching. You know, I think of Brett against Owen. I think about Brett Stone Cold. I think about Stone Cold against The Rock. I think about Shawn Undertaker. You know, I think about Hogan Andre. I think about these matches where Rock against Hogan. Yeah, those stare downs. I think about those. Here's person A. Here's person B. We're going to smash them together and we're going to see who wins. And for me, I think those will always be my favorite. So adding an extra person, taking it to a triple threat, adding an extra 2 people, making it to a fatal 4-way. That doesn't make it a better match in my mind. So it's not that I don't like triple threats and fatal 4-ways. It's a preference thing of, if I was given the option, I would always choose the singles match. And then it would have to be a triple threat. And then it would be a fatal 4-way, so on, so on, so on. But in this situation, I think I would take a heel in there, yeah? I think I would take a heel. Because I feel like that would help with the builds. I think it definitely gives us someone that we don't want to win. And, I mean, you could do a story where, what if Cody gets injured during the match and is stretchered to the back, and just before he goes, he has a word with Cena like, win the belt. I'm done. I'm cooked. My knee's done. You win that belt. And what if it's Randy, Cena, Cody? And what if Cody is injured, he gets stretched, and before he goes, John comes over, he's like, are you all right? Are you going to be able to continue? And we can hear Cody saying, I'm done. I'm cooked. It's cooked. I'm definitely out now. I can feel it. It's popped. Or something like this. And he's like, you go get 17. Go get 17. And they take him to the back. And then all of a sudden, you are left with John Cena versus Randy Orton with 17 on the line. And that would be amazing. Honestly, that would be amazing. Because, like, the thing with the triple threat is Cena would be protected. Cena wouldn't have as much work to do in that case, would he? Like, he can lay out for a little bit whilst it's Randy against Cody. And who doesn't want to see Randy Cody? So you could do Randy Cody for a bit. And then, of course, at some point, you're going to end up with Cody Cena, right? And the crowd will be a bit split for a bit. And, okay, you can take that for a little bit, yeah? But at least with a heel in there, the dynamic feels so much better. And I love that idea of we could get Cody out of the match, but in a way that protects him, in a way where he wasn't really beaten. He has to be stretchered off because his knees popped. And that moment where it's like, go get 17. Could you imagine sitting at home hearing Cody Rhodes say that to John Cena? I'm cooked. If anyone's going to get this belt, I want it to be you. Go get 17. Oh, mate, I'd be in bits. I'd be in flipping bits. And then you're going to end WrestleMania with one of the greatest rivalries we've ever seen, which would be John Cena, Randy Orton. And I'd do it clean as well. I mean, I wouldn't have any outside interference. Best man wins. John Cena, Randy Orton, both staring each other down. Imagine that face to face. Imagine that moment where they both come into the middle of the ring and they're staring at each other. Imagine that. Imagine that moment. Imagine the place flipping, the roof coming off the place, knowing that we're about to see a new champion. Book it. Book it. Call them up. I don't know who you need to call, but flipping call them up. Make the match. Yeah, I would definitely take that over just Cena against Cody one-on-one for that reason. So, Jackson, shout out to you, my friend. I think that's a really good shout. Really good shout. It would be cleaner if we had Cody lose the belt before to a heel and then have Cena get 17, says Ajax. Is it Ajax or Ajax? I never know how you pronounce it. Yeah, you could do that. The only thing I would say is I do understand if you look at the poster So, I mean, I really get it. I do get it. If you look at the poster and you've got Cody Rhodes on one side and you've got John Cena on the other, you don't need to know anything about wrestling to know that that is a massive match. And you don't need to know anything about wrestling to know that, you know, the main event of WrestleMania is going to be a massive deal. Like, that message goes to India, it goes to Australia, it goes to Mexico, it goes to the casual fans, it goes to the hardcore fans, it goes to people in between. Like, the message is very, very loud. Don't miss this match, don't miss WrestleMania. But it is just a little bit of a problem when they're both good guys and they've both got like fan favorites. And, you know, as we just said, you know, putting in like a Randy Orton in the mix, a heel Randy Orton, I think that does definitely ease a lot of the problems that I have with it. I really feel a bit like a douche though, because it's so ungrateful in the way of like being down on Cody versus Cena. I mean, I think you would find a lot of these other big accounts being like, oh my God, this is amazing, you know, and being like creaming their pants over it. But I've just got to be honest. I've got to be honest in saying that like it's not the direction that I would take it for the reasons that we've spoke about. If you have Cody lose to a heel before, I mean, maybe he then gets into the match as a challenger. But I don't know. I don't know what you would do with Cody if Cody wasn't champion and he wasn't in the title match. I don't know kind of where he would sit on the card. So many directions, though, isn't there? I mean, they are so blessed with having so much great talent that, I mean, honestly, it could end up being flipping anything. But some really good options there, I think we've kind of chucked around. JDS has just got in touch. JDS says, what's this? Jade Cargill is coming back with telekinesis, says Elizabeth. Some backstage chatter about a big moment going down tonight. Yes. Level Up is going to be replaced with NXT Evolve, which will be a Gabe Sapolsky project. It's expected to debut in a few months, which is going to feature developmental talent who aren't regularly featured on NXT TV. Oh my flipping God. Does that mean that that's a new brand? Do you know what? If that's a new brand, which is basically like the next level below NXT. So you've got NXT, but then you've got a level below, which are the stars that aren't quite ready for NXT. And that's going to be a weekly show. If it's got storylines and everything, we could watch that. I could watch that. I mean, I don't know how many people would join me because our NXT streams only get so many viewers. But I could watch that. I could watch another brand that's just below the NXT level, you know? Yeah. Oh, that's good. That coming from Wrestling Observer newsletter, apparently, that there could be another brand on the way. So I've just chucked that into unseen. Right, I was just reading something else. I wasn't even reading that. Golden Globes. The Rock has announced that he will be at the Golden Globes, which takes place in California. He will be in LA at the same time as Raw, the Intuit Dome. So The Rock's appearance chances are high. So, wow, how's that going to work? So on Sunday, he's going to be in LA because Golden Globes have got him as a presenter. So Dwayne Johnson is going to be a presenter. I don't know if he's the presenter or if he's just going to hand out an award. But he is going to play a part in the Golden Globes on the Sunday, and that's in LA. And then, of course, fast forward 24 hours later, and we're in LA for Raw. Oh, it's all happening. It is all happening. Right, Stephen said, Happy New Year days. Happy New Year, Stephen. Netflix content is very good. Let's hope this is liftoff for WWE, yes. I think in the future, they should bring in Conor McGregor for a fight in a WWE ring. What would be your thoughts? It's a really interesting one, actually. Whenever we've brought in MMA talent, it's been a real mixed bag. Some people get it and some people don't. I feel like the skill set to be a great WWE superstar is a lot more varied than obviously being an MMA fighter. Being an MMA fighter, you don't have to worry so much about your promos and your talking. Like, I know that it can help. Certainly Connor showed that it can help. But those are skills that not everyone possesses. Like Ronda Rousey. Yeah, Ronda Rousey obviously was never very good on the microphone. And her actual professional wrestling was not very good either. You know, she wasn't out there delivering really nice drop kicks. She wasn't doing moonsaults and all this kind of stuff. You know, she has got a very specific skill set, but part of that skill set is very mat-based. You know, her main finish in MMA was an armbar. So trying to grab a hold of someone's arm and trying to get them to tap out, that is really what she was bringing to the ring. She was a former UFC mixed martial arts world champion. She was an absolute trailblazer. Dana White said there would not be women in MMA and UFC if it wasn't for Ronda Rousey. The respect that she deserves for that alone is monumental, right? She has absolutely broken down barriers for women in sports. She didn't get any of that respect. In WWE, if you're just not good enough, you're going to get booed. You're going to get booed. We don't care. We just don't care. So, you know, she came in. She was very limited on the microphone. Her matches were not that exciting. Her professional wrestling was not that strong. They had her in a match at WrestleMania 34, made it look amazing because it was just like they do with Logan, rehearsed and produced within an inch of its life to showcase her and make her look amazing. But as soon as they couldn't do that on a regular basis because she was working a full-time schedule, you started to see her limitations. And actually, the fans started to see those limitations and it just started to fall apart. Why they never gave her a manager, I don't know. Why they never had someone do the talking for her, I don't know, but they didn't, and I think that really hurt. And it would have been good if she could have picked up a bit more professional wrestling and actually maybe built the drama up in her matches a bit more. I think she tried her best, honestly. I think she tried her best, and I think she got really frustrated with the fans that just seemingly weren't giving her, I think, the opportunity and the chance and the time that she felt she needed or deserved or whatever. And then, of course, she made some comments that just made things worse. And then all of a sudden the relationship with the fans was, you know, tumultuous at best. So I've actually got a real soft spot for Ronda. I feel really sorry for her. I feel like she's someone that really came in with some skills, but equally she's someone that didn't have it. She just didn't have it. Like when the bell sounded, she didn't have it. And that's okay, because she did have it in the MMA world, in the UFC world. So, you know, I look at Connor and I'm like, I don't know, to be honest. I think his promos would be good because he's a very confident talker, but he's got to stay the right side of PG. Now, on Netflix, you're probably going to be able to get away with things a bit more, but you're not going to want to share clips of him just swearing his head off. So we know that he's a good talker. We know that he's never lost for words, but is he witty enough in 2025, 2026 to actually outmaneuver people and say some stuff that's going to get those kind of reactions we're looking for? You know, like those kill shots that were being exchanged between Punk and Seth the other day were absolutely incredible. You know, Seth turning around to Punk saying, "My wife's at home looking after a kid. Not that you know what that's like." Oh. Or like when Seth said to Punk about how he took his ball and went home, and CM Punk was like, "Where's the man? Haven't seen the man in a while. Did she take her ball and go home?" Oh. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the kind of lines that get the reactions. It's not about swearing. It's not about going in there and swearing. Actually, that is very uncreative. That is actually lowest common denominator. It's anyone can do it. Anyone can go in the ring and say, I'm gonna effing do this, effing do that. There's not really much of a pop to be had there, apart from, oh my god, can you say that now? Really, that's it. It's a lot more to be witty and thought-provoking, actually find those lines, those kill shot lines, you know. Can Connor do that? Does Connor know enough about the wrestlers to do that? Could someone script and feed him the lines? Maybe, but then is his delivery going to be as good? I don't know. I feel like of all the things to worry about, the promos would probably be the least, because he's a very confident talker. It's just, could he find the lines he needs to find? And then, of course, you get down to the actual matches. What's he going to look like in a match? He's on the small side. I think people will be surprised at how small he actually is. You put him in there against, like, anyone of any decent size, he's going to look tiny. We keep saying this. I don't know why WWE have not introduced a world championship for a lower weight class. Because if you look at the success of Floyd Mayweather and Canelo Alvarez and Conor McGregor, they're all at a lower weight class. In WWE, I feel like we're so out of date. In WWE, you've got 2 world titles. Anyone can go for them. But of course, the bigger guys are going to have, you know, the preference. They're going to be the people that are going to succeed more, because visually, it's a lot easier to buy a bigger superstar being world champion and winning than it is seeing a little superstar doing it. And I feel like you're leaving money on the table. Where's the world championship for the lower weight classes? Where's the world championship for your Finn Balor's, your Johnny Garganos, your Rey Mysterios, your Tommaso Ciampas? Yeah, these kind of people, your Dragon Lees, your Andrades, yeah, your Carmelo Hayeses, like Ilya Dragunov. I mean, you don't have to be, like, tiny. We're not saying put a world championship in for Hornswoggle. We're just saying, like, what about your light heavyweights? What about those people that aren't Braun Strowman or Bronson Reed or Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar? You know? What about those people that are smaller than, say, a Seth or a Punk? Maybe Seth Punk is, like, good enough for world title, but what about your people that are a bit smaller than that? And actually, I think you would be surprised if you see Connor at just how small he is. Like, I don't even know who you put him in there against without it looking a bit weird. He was fighting at lightweight in UFC. Lightweight. Lightweight is, like, several divisions down from heavyweight. Like, he is small. I mean, well below 205. Everyone, do you know, I think there's only one division in UFC that is above 205. Do you remember when we had the cruiserweight belt? You had to be 205 or less to go for the cruiserweight belt. And actually, I don't think wrestling fans really understand kind of the weights and, like, you know, what does that mean? 205 pounds, I don't know, who's 205? Well, actually, in UFC, I think there's only one division that's above 205. There's only one division above, and that's the heavyweight division. Everything else is below it. So that means only the heavyweights would be excluded for going after WWE's cruiserweight title. Everyone else in UFC would be able to compete for it. So why did we not invest more in that belt? You know, why did we not do more with that and have a belt that was a legitimate world title? If you won it, you can say you're a world champion. I wish we'd have done that. I think there was and I still think there's a real need for it. And I think you could have some banging matches as well. You know, imagine Rey Mysterio being that champion and having, like, him against Andrade or him against Ilya or him against Johnny Gargano, and actually having a belt on the line, having a legitimate world championship. So if you want to catch up with John Cena, you could win that belt and it would count. And all of a sudden, like, you've got a belt that really means something. If you won that cruiserweight belt, it wasn't a recognized world title, and I don't know why. In UFC, we have got, 11 different divisions, and if you win the top title, you are a world champion. You are the world middleweight champion, the world lightweight champion. So on, so on, so on. But in WWE, we do it like different. There's just 2 world titles and that's it. And then the mid-card belts, but again, anyone can go for them. I'd like to see that change, but I don't think it ever will. Someone in that company had that same idea. This is the whole reason why we did the Cruiserweight Classic. This is why we had the Cruiserweight belts. This is why we had a Cruiserweight division. Like, we've seen it throughout the history of wrestling, where it's been tried and it's not worked, but every single time the execution is flawed. Every single time the execution is botched. So, yeah, Connor being in a WWE ring is a very interesting conversation. I think it would be a struggle because you could do it, but it's going to have to be against the right person. Size-wise, it's going to look out. And I don't know what his professional wrestling skills would be like. I don't know how he would do with a professional wrestling promo, but I'd love to see it. I mean, it would be money. There's no 2 ways about that. It would definitely get people's interest. But again, you know, he's been convicted, hasn't he? I don't know if it was assault. I don't think it was rape that he was actually convicted of. But he did just have a pretty serious conviction where a lot of companies are backing away from him now. A lot of people are distancing themselves from him. So timing wise, it actually wouldn't be brilliant. But he is still a draw. And obviously there's big rumors he's about to do a boxing match with Logan Paul. And I've no doubt that will get a lot of views. So to say that he's washed or that no one's interested, I think that's not true. But to say that his star power has fallen and that he's maybe not as big a star as he was going back 5 years ago or so, I think that's absolutely true. So quite a few thoughts there on Connor. Right, let's go down. Am I up to speed with things? I feel like we're spinning a few plates at the moment. Right, we've got Richard. Shout out to you. Said, do we think Brock will be back soon? No. The thing with Brock, and we won't spend long on this because we do talk about this quite a bit, but the thing with Brock is he is in serious trouble. I mean, the legal case against him is legit, and that needs sorting. And I mean, that case should be starting back up again soon, but I can't see it getting resolved. I don't even know if it gets resolved this year. I mean, it really does depend how it plays out in the courtroom. And I think they're actually making an amendment to the complaint now. I think I read earlier, Janelle Grant wants to actually change something about her original complaint. That is then going to have to get reviewed by Vince's team again. And then, of course, we're going to need a court date. And then we've got to go through the court case. And then, of course, we don't know what the results are going to be. I mean, you're easily looking at the back end of the summer by the time we've done all of that. So, I mean, if anyone's thinking he's going to come walking out at the Rumble, not a flipping chance. Aseeb said, did you see that Omos won a championship at Noah? I did, yeah. I'm pleased for him. And the reaction has actually been really good for him. People seem to be really on board with him over there. They seem to be really excited about what he brings, which is limited in the ring. But, you know, I agree with our Japanese friends. I don't think we give him the credit that he deserves. I think that he is somebody that can move a hell of a lot better than we give him credit for. Like, he to me is somebody that... he can really get around. He doesn't look laboured in his movement. When I think about the Great Khali or I think about the Giant Gonzalez, I think I've had a lot of advice. So, you know, I don't know where he ends up. I don't know how we get the most out of him. I mean, clearly any chance of him being like a world champion seems unlikely. At the moment, he's just sort of, well, I don't even know if we've seen him since when? WrestleMania, something like that. I mean, he's just been sat on the sidelines, hasn't he? So, I mean, the guy can't even get onto TV. So the idea that we're going to pull the trigger and make him a world champion, but I don't know, the right story comes along, who knows? If we might want Cena to beat him and get number 17, might we? You know, they might be tempted to go down that road. I don't think they will. But I'm pleased that he's getting some love in Japan. I've got time for Omos. I think he's had a bit of a bad rep because, he's not Daniel Bryan in the ring. And do you know what? That's okay, because most people aren't Daniel Bryan. Right, we've got a picture here of Kairi Sane. Looks like she is in hospital. Oh, I don't actually know what's gone wrong. No way you're injured. The damage control 2024 curse is so real. So it must be. I mean, I didn't realize that she was actually injured, but we know that she was attacked backstage and taken out of that tournament, right? She was going to be in the triple threat, and she ended up getting replaced by Io. Well, it seems like it probably is masking an actual injury. Her arm in a sling there. And, I mean, you wouldn't go to this length for, a story. You'd just keep her off, social media, whatever, like we've done with Jade, right? So it must be that she's legitimately picked up an injury, which I actually didn't know she had done. I didn't realise that she was legitimately injured. I just saw myself here. Am I a little bit low down? I feel like I'm a bit low down. Can I raise me up? You raise me up. Don't really want to make my boomer face bigger, to be honest. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit better. Lovely. I feel a bit low down here now. Oh my God. Why am I so low down? I can fix this. There we go. Is that better? Yeah, maybe. Oh, lovely. How long we got? 7 minutes. Hannah said, Days, a historic night for SmackDown as we're going to go 3 hours. Let's hope the game has got a lot planned for this episode. What are your theories for tonight's episodes? I don't have any. I just think that we're going to get the ball rolling as to what we're going to be doing with the transfer window, because we need some clarity on that. I think we could see a few people move. There is talk of Drew and Sammy now being on SmackDown. And actually, that might explain as to why Drew was not in that advert, right? And so I think we'll kind of make a bit of movement with that. I think as well as that, we're obviously going to set up Monday. Lots of promotion for that. I'd imagine there'll be a few stories that we'll set up for next week, of course. But actually, big specific predictions, I don't really have any. It's hard to do when we don't really know who's going where. So until this transfer window is closed and we know exactly what the rosters look like, I think it's just a case of let's wait and see. Let's find out what it is that we get. Mackenzie said, how would you feel if Kevin wins the ladder match and then Cody enters at 30, gets 3 Rumbles back to back? Imagine the heat Cody would get. Yeah, I don't think people are really looking for Cody to win again. He could do, though. I mean, no one's done it, so to win 3 Rumbles back to back would be historic. People do also like history. If you presented it that way as could he do it? Can he make history? People always like witnessing history. They like being a part of history. So I think he would get some heat online, but actually I think those in attendance would be, I don't think they'd be too down on it if you've kind of told the story right, I wouldn't go that way. I mean, that's all I can say. I wouldn't go that way. I think I wouldn't be too excited. I mean, I was just thinking, could you do that and then do Cody, Kevin, Cena? But I would much prefer Cody, Randy, Cena, because all of those interactions are interesting. Cody and Cena used to ride together. And Cody learnt so much from Cena. Whenever he sees Cena merch, he tends to give it a salute. He's got so much time for John. And I think he learnt a lot by riding with him. And of course, with Randy, you've got the whole legacy thing. So, I mean, Cody's relationship with John, Cody's relationship with Randy, both very different, very unique, but, solid. And then, of course, one of the greatest rivalries WWE has ever seen is John Cena and Randy Orton. So, doing that again at WrestleMania is something Randy has actually said he wants to do. He wants to do that. So I would much rather we went that way than having Kevin in there instead, you know. Right. We are very close. Richard said, hello, mate. Hope you're well. Who do we think wins the Rumble? I think it's either Punk or Cena, but I'm hoping it'll be someone like LA Knight or Braun. I would like Knight Gunther at Mania or Braun Cody. Well, I don't think Braun Cody because there's been no word about that. And I think, unfortunately, it's probably a bit too soon for Braun. I think Cody's going to be involved with a Rock or a Cena or a Randy or, you know, one of those kind of big marquee names, whereas Braun's got a bit of work to do before he reaches that level. He could face Gunther, of course. I don't disagree with you there, but I don't think Braun Cody is on the cards. LA Knight, I can't see, to be honest. I don't think they're looking to really pull the trigger on LA Knight any more than they have done. If he's going to get a world title, I think it would be Gunther's. I think if he could win the Rumble and then go after Gunther, I don't disagree with you there. But I don't know that he is a front runner for that belt, you know? I don't know that they're looking at him as being, yeah, we need to get behind LA Knight. LA Knight's going to be the next world champion type thing. I really don't get that vibe. I think you've called it in the sense of Punk or Cena. I'm struggling to see it being like a young up-and-comer. I think this year in particular, you know, Punk has never main evented WrestleMania and he really wants to. So you can sort of see why it would make sense for him to get that nod. Cena, it's his last WrestleMania, so you can see why he would get that nod. Roman Reigns, you know, without a championship heading into WrestleMania for the first time in how long? So if he wants to get back into the main event scene, this would be a way. You know, I just feel like this year is a weird year. It's not a year that I think we're really looking to the future. I think it's a year where we're actually focused on John. And I think like we're focused on Cody's run, which I don't know. I mean, it has kind of got started. His run has kind of got started, but I think a lot of people are still waiting for it to kick into a different gear, you know? So I don't know that, I think there's still a lot of big names for Cody to face. So I don't think this will be the year that we get something like that. Let's end this poll. So Richard, shout out to you, buds. If it does go that way, you called it. If we do end up getting that, props to you, my friend. Okay, we're just waiting for this thing to start. Let's go. Tommy's girlfriend said use Williams' penis in a wrestling-oriented phrase. It's tricky, isn't it? How do you get that into it? How do you get the word penis into any wrestling-orientated phrase? Other than Williams' penis has no place at SmackDown. William was removed from Raw after he waved his penis in the air whilst other people were waving fan signs. A Williams penis foam item was the poorest selling item at the WWE merch stand. Could you imagine that? Don't. Hey, kids! Oh, my God. A foam William penis. Or peni, as no one says. Happy New Year! Yes! Let's go! Let's stop talking about William's penis. If you are just joining us, you can click the link at the top. Oh, God, I can't shake it now. Not William's penis. The foam thing. Let's go. Let's go, Queens. Here is Nick Aldis. Let's go, said let him in, brackets, Olivia. Hello, Olivia. Hope you're well. Kevin Owens was defeated by Cody Rhodes. Kevin has no right. He has no claim. He's got until the end of the night. This is what went down last week. Blake02, shout out to you, buds. Vic said, I'm watching on USA. Suzanne, shout out to you, my friend. Days, please say there's no commercial break. Oh, no, there's commercial breaks. Well, we won't be out of sync. We'll be fine. But there are commercial breaks because, of course, this is in America. So we have... we'll be going to commercial break because they'll be going on USA Network. Right, we're just looking at last week. WWE talent have spoken to Fightful with the expectation Charlotte will be back soon. It's not really a great surprise, is it? For the sake of your health, please turn around. Where is it live in America? It's on USA Network in America. I don't know if you go to YouTube, if you use the link at the top. I don't know if that's going to work for you in America. I don't know if they can like region block because, of course, in America, they're going to want you to tune into the USA Network. USA have paid a lot of money for SmackDown, so they won't want you watching it via YouTube instead. So we are just looking at last week. I'm so glad this is the last time I have to watch wrestling, if you know what I mean, said Dan from Pensacola. Oh, I know what you mean, buds. It's at least it's an option for you. At least you can like watch it, you know. But no, it is blocked in the USA, right? Thank you. Okay, well, that's, I mean, I'm watching it that way now. I can tell you there's just under 21,000 watching it that way. So, not loads, actually. Well, it's just shot up to 25, actually. So, 25,000 are watching it that way in the UK and Canada. Okay, who's starting the show? It's going to be Cody Rhodes. It's going to be Cody Rhodes. Tonight, I'm going to kick off the first SmackDown of 2025. Right. What do we want to talk about? Dun, dun, dun. Cody making his way out. We got signs in the crowd that say American Nightmare Family. On the show. Okay, let's go. Cody making his way down to the ring. We're starting off with Cody Rhodes. Let's see what he has got to say. Lillian Garcia, of course. You might have noticed that Cody went to his neck moments ago. I did notice that. Royal Rumble, 4 weeks tomorrow. 4 weeks tomorrow, the Royal Rumble. We do have Saturday night's main event, though. Nice. Watch along January 3rd. Days change it to 2015. It's done, buds. Cody is in the corner. Big smile on his face. Cody looking out at the crowds. It's a good way to start the show, to be honest. Good energy. Crowd are noisy. They're happy to see him. See what Cody's got to say. Who's going to come out as well? We know that he is facing Kevin at the Rumble in a ladder match in 4 weeks' time. So we know what the immediate future holds for Cody. Crowd are chanting away. Got some Cody chants. Phoenix. Normally I'd ask, what do you want to talk about? I want to talk about the same thing, Kevin. We're on the cusp of changing everything, says Cody. We're on the cusp of changing everything. It starts tonight. He's in a sharp suit. He's talking about his excitement. As much as I'd like to be involved, I can only be involved so much because technically I'm not cleared to wrestle. Not cleared. I'm not cleared to wrestle because of Kevin Owens. Loud boos for Kevin, unsurprisingly. The Royal Rumble is just a month away. Oh, okay. Drew McIntyre is making his way down to the ring. He was just talking about Kevin. He was talking about Kevin. He was talking about the Royal Rumble. The Scottish Warrior, Drew McIntyre. So Michael Cole said we can only assume that Drew is here because he's talking about coming to SmackDown at some point. Richard, chat out to you, my friend. I'll get to your comment in a bit. Drew making his way down. AB said, this is formerly American West Arena. I attended SummerSlam there and many other live events. Where is it in the UK, said Dalton. You click the link at the top, buds. Click the link at the top and that'll take you over to the SmackDown stream. Someone dropped their replica belt on the floor. There's a belt that's actually down by a barricade. It must be someone's replica. Drew McIntyre is looking to get into the ring then. Cody has very much got his guard up. That is true, actually. Corey Graves making a really good point. He said both of these have had very, very similar careers. They both had to leave to come back and be in better spots. Both coming back being in better places. Cody in a much better place, though, of course. He's got that WWE Championship in his hand. Drew stepping up to Cody. Dude in the crowd dressed as Where's Waldo. Drew McIntyre gives Cody a hug, an embrace. I'm as confused as Cody. Look at Cody's face. Yeah, of all the things he was expecting, I'm not sure that a hug was one of them. We know that Drew is bloodline hunting. He hasn't really got a reason to hug Cody. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. Okay. You're not on my list. You're about to screw up your entire life's work. Yeah. Let's go. Hello. Wow. Props being paid to Cody by Drew. You're going to screw it all up? Talking about how Kevin Owens is running around with a replica belt like some of these idiots in the crowd. One of them idiots has dropped it on the floor as well. There was a replica title right by the barricades. These idiots can't even hold on to their replica belts. You need a friend? He's got Brandy. He's got Pharaoh. Someone just yelled, "You suck." You're saying you want to help me? I always tell the truth. Okay. Come on, Cody. Let's go. They did both have to leave. I don't believe you. I can feel the tension, says Cody. You want to throw hands? You want a shot? He just said he wasn't medically cleared. It's like you want to have a shot at the title. But you're not medically cleared, you boomer. Why would Drew turn that down? I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. Is that the truth? He's walking away. One more thing. One more thing, says Drew. Oh, you need to watch your back. Why? Who's behind him? Turn around, Cody. Oh, Cody! It was so obvious, you boomer. If ever a wrestler says you need to watch your back, you flipping turn around. Well, actually, probably best not to. Just run in the other direction. Oh, God. He's got murked, isn't he? He's got murked. He's fighting back. He's fighting back. Come on, Cody. Shots in there to the midsection. Stomping away on Kevin. We've got officials racing down. These two exchanging shots. Quite a few officials having to separate them, you know. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Cody does break away. Oh, boom. Comes over. Someone needs to protect Rhodes from himself. Right now, we've got Kevin on the outsides. Music plays and we're done. Those were scripted lines. Oh, yeah, the whole thing will be pretty much scripted. Adrenaline in the soul. Everybody, Cody Rhodes. Feats. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Right, no one can top Brock Lesnar, John Cena in the ring. Right, we're backstage. We have got the Bloodline. There is Naomi and Bianca. She looks great. The ring mat is dark blue tonight. Oh. I didn't know if that was just for the promo bit. We'll have to see if it stays that way. Okay. Where do I watch it in Canada? Use the link at the top, buds. There's Nia. There's Andrade. Andrade Nakamura live next. Big step up. Yes. Well, that was pretty fun. I did not mind that. I did not mind that at all. Right, I saw there was a super chat. Let's get to that. Big step up. Right. Richard said, if you could book a WrestleMania with talents from past and present, what matches would you have? I would have CM Punk versus Stone Cold, Shawn Michaels, Seth Rollins, Undertaker, Abyss in a Monster's Ball, said Richard. Richard, really appreciates the support, my friends. Yeah, pretty big question that. I mean, I think there's lots of great options. My mind goes to Undertaker Sting, first of all, because that was a match that I always wanted. So Undertaker Sting, I wish we'd have got that. My mind also, I'm thinking about Stone Cold's John Cena, or because we got John Cena against The Rock, but Stone Cold John Cena would have been absolutely awesome. Stone Cold Hogan, but the problem is, that would have worked before 2015 or 2016 when that tape came out. I'm not sure the appetite's quite there as much, you know. I mean, if they could be from there, if it could be like Hulkamania Hogan from the 80s and Stone Cold from the Attitude Era, like, that would be amazing. That's a match I think we absolutely would have to do. But I don't know if you can because of all the allegations against Hogan and all of that stuff. So maybe you do John Cena Stone Colds instead. Certainly Sting against Undertaker I would love. I'd love a little bit of an appreciation for Alundra Blaze. I think Alundra Blaze did a lot for women's wrestling in WWF. And really, that's where my appreciation of women's wrestling came from. And because the era was not very good, she doesn't really ever get her flowers so much. So I would like, I don't know, maybe Wendy Richter against Alundra Blaze. Maybe do that match. So because Wendy deserves her flowers, Alundra Blaze deserves her flowers. They're both from generations of women's wrestling that are sort of forgotten. I mean, Wendy Richter was huge back in WrestleMania 1. She was the co-main. So, and she was with Cyndi Lauper. So, and they were trying to build her up like a sort of female Hogan. So, yeah, I've got a lot of time. I got a lot of time for Wendy Richter and Alundra Blaze. So I'd be thinking about that. I'm trying to think of some modern stars because people are probably like, stop talking about legends, you boomer. CM Punk, I would take. And probably Shawn. CM Punk versus Shawn Michaels. I'd like to see that in, like, you know, if on that card. I think I'd definitely take that. Bret Hart should probably be on there. Bret Hart against Gunther. Imagine that. That would be pretty sick. So those are the kind of matches. Bruno, oh my god, I'd have to get Bruno on there. Bruno would have to be on there. Don't know who he would face though. Bruno would need a big monster heel. I mean, it would need to be like heel Braun, really, something like that, you know, heel Braun Strowman. Like it would have to be a big challenge for him. Bruno, maybe Bruno against heel. I don't know. That's really difficult. I have to think on that one. I was thinking like a heel Braun is the best I could come up with. Hey, they've not changed that mat, you know. I really thought it was because it was a promo segment, but yeah, no, that mat seems to be staying. We'll definitely have to get a shot of it. I'm gonna ping this into Smackdown Hour 1 folder. There we go, look. Blue mat. Does that mean that Raw is going to have a red mat? Don't know how I feel about that, if we do a red mat for Raw. I like the blue for SmackDown, though. I really don't mind that. I really, really don't mind that. But I don't know about doing red. For, there it is again. I like the blue canvas, not going to lie, said Boulder. Yeah, I really, really thought this was just for the promo bit, but they still haven't changed it now that Shinsuke's making his way back. Drew hugging was so strange. I'm going to put that in there as well. Great moment. Oh, look. What's this? Not a major shift for SmackDown. We'll have a bit of an old school look. Well, it seems like the mat is a big talking point. Maybe not the big talking point, but a big talking point. Icons and Bianca with a super proud look at Naomi. Right. Jeremy said Cody is on Drew's Bloodline hit list. Well, he said he wasn't. And he said he always told the truth. He could be. But I don't know. Is he telling the truth? Is he on his hit list? Okay, let's change this. Shinsuke versus Andrade should be a lot of fun. Right, Days. Will we see the following legends? Austin, APA, Hogan, Doink, Henry, Atlas. I don't think you'll get Doink. I mean, really, you shouldn't get Doink because Matt Bourne is Doink. And I don't know about you, but I'm not really interested in anyone else trying to be Doink. El Idolo. El Idolo. Right. You won't see any blood on the mat, said Cameron. Shinsuke's music is so cool. I agree. His presentation is really, really good. I agree. Shinsuke's new theme is genius, said Dro. There was some confetti that was falling from the arena. Could we get a new champ tonight? Could do. Could do. Very good. Johnny just tagged me. There's a sign in the crowd that says, my wife thinks that this is a work trip. Lol. Okay, Andrade coming over, head scissors, and Nakamura goes down. Drop kick there by Andrade. Going up. Looking to moonsault to the outside, and he lands it. Andrade landing. Is that going to take us to commercial break? It does. It does. It does. It does. I need to do that. Lovely. Bruno against heel Kurt Angle, said BBY Ipsy. That would be fun. That's a good shout. We still have a blue mat. I like it. Yeah, I agree. I like it as well. I think it feels fresh. Do you know, it reminds me a little bit of NXT, because NXT used to have a black mat, a black canvas, and it used to look really, really good. It was a real shame when they got rid of that. And this has just got that little feel to it. I do like it, though. I think it's a big tick. Trent likes it as well, said, I like the blue mat. However, I don't think it's the right shade. Double said, I didn't know that tonight's SmackDown would be on YouTube. I thought that it would be on Netflix. There was some rumors it was going to be on Netflix, but unfortunately that seemed to fall through. I think they just want to go big with the 6th. I think they just want that Raw on Monday to be the launch for everybody around the world. So we've just got to kind of watch it on YouTube, which honestly, I really don't mind. The YouTube shows have been great. The only time it's ever been a problem is if it's a taped show. So like NXT on Tuesday, I believe, was a tape show, Tuesday just gone. And so that was on YouTube, but they didn't have commercial breaks. So they just played it. But in America, you lot would go into commercial break. So it meant that we were all at different speeds. I actually personally prefer it this way, where it's just got a little graphic that says commercial break in progress. Please stay. I should probably get a screenshot of it, actually. I mean, it's not the most exciting flipping thing in the world. I wonder if I can just get a picture. There we go. That's what it says at the moment. Commercial break in progress. Please stay tuned. SmackDown will be available live on Netflix in your territory beginning January 10th. And then it's just got like lightning on the sides. For some reason, it's struggling to pick up the blue. I think it's the green screen. But there we go. You can sort of see what it looks like if I tilt it. It's just got like lightning on the sides in white. Commercial break in program. We've just got that. We got no commercials or anything. It's just literally this graphic. Commercial break in progress. But for me, it works better this way because gives me an opportunity to just kind of catch up with like a bit of housekeeping stuff, you know? Catch up with super chats or just catch up with what people are saying on social media. And yeah, it works well. Right, we are back to the action. Jeremy said, in the US, the mafia possesses will hug those who get murdered. Drew hugging Cody. So, yeah, I have heard that where, like, they embrace them and it's kind of like the hug of death, the final embrace. You know, like, just before they get whacked. Equally, though, I think Drew has spoken a lot of truth. And I think him saying, I'm not coming for you, I do still question if there's some truth to that. He did say you've got to watch your back just before he got attacked. Now, whether he gave him enough warning, I don't know. Whether he knew that attack was going to happen, I don't know. But I don't know. I'm not quite ready yet to jump on the fact that he is lying to Cody. Shots coming in back and forth between these two. We are, as we said, underway. Back in the corner goes Shinsuke. Over the other side, Andrade in the corner. Shinsuke charges over, gets his legs up through the ropes, kick to the back. Roll through, he's going to go for that. Sliding German. Good move, that. Good move. Sliding German by Shinsuke. Shinsuke in the corner. There we go, the knee, the Kinshasa. Kind of off that middle rope. I'm surprised he didn't make a bigger deal of it. Boom. Yeah, very good. He's going over to the corner and he's going to remove the turnbuckle pads. Shinsuke has taken the turnbuckle, but it's him that goes into it. Shinsuke goes into that turnbuckle pad. Right now we've got Andrade, double knees. Here we go, going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. This is a non-title match, so he can't actually get the championship this way. But even so, pretty fun encounter so far. I'm going to jot down Andrade. Nakamura. He's up top, he's perched. He goes backwards, lands on his feet. Boom! 1, 2. Kick out by Shinsuke. Crowd are making some noise, you know. Crowd are making some noise. Andrade is down. You can see Shinsuke's makeup. His entrance makeup all on the ring gear of Andrade, who's wearing white. Jeremy said, Mafia bosses. Yeah, I mean, the hug is definitely unusual. The hug is definitely something that feels out of place. So I like that reference. But I just can't shake the fact that he puts a lot of stock in telling the truth. Shoulder up by Shinsuke again. Spinning back elbow by Andrade. Right now he's got Shinsuke back in the corner. Big chop coming in there by Andrade. Andrade is climbing up. He's going to go for a suplex. He's trying for it. No joy at the moment. Good blocks there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke again looking to go up. Andrade face first. Mate, that was moody. Andrade going face first into the top of the ring post. Down goes Andrade. Shinsuke going over the other side. Through the ropes. He's looking over. Screams, charges, Kinshasa connects! Kinshasa connects! 2, 3, and Shinsuke picks up the victory. So a win for Shinsuke. Let's go over and get your thoughts on that match. Is this LA Knight? LA Knight? LA Knight comes running down. Oh, misses with that. Championship clothesline by LA Knight. He's unloading on Shinsuke. LA Knight on his feet. Kick coming in. Oh, he's looking for the BFT, but he couldn't get it. Nakamura out the ring. So far, that is match of the year, said George. Yes. Here we go. LA Knight with the microphone. Yeah. Yeah. I'm coming to collect what's owed to me. With everybody saying, yeah. Let's go. LA Knight is still so over, said Tom. People say LA Knight's not over, but he comes out to huge pops every week, said Brony. I kind of hoped that Andrade would have got that match, said Word of Wrestling. Shinsuke looking over at... Shinsuke looking up at LA Knight. Backstage, we've got Apollo. Here's Pretty Deadly. Snitches do be getting stitches. You guys think you're slick. So we've got Legado del Fantasma stepping up to Pretty Deadly. Oh, yeah, they did lie, didn't they? They did lie. Tranquilo. Okay, we've got a bit of a brawl happening here. We've got Angel, Berto. It's weird because these are two heel teams, so I just don't really give a flip. Reprimand them. Let's have a little chat of our own, says Nick. Okay, oh, is it commercial break again? WWE shop? Yeah. Pretty Deadly musical will open night one of WrestleMania. Perhaps it'll close it. Perhaps it'll be what brings the curtain down. How is LA Knight acting like he was wronged, claiming that Shinsuke stole his title? Shinsuke beat him clean, says John. That's actually a really good point, you know. That's actually a really good point. I don't know. I don't know why he's acting that way, but he is looking for revenge. We know that much. Vic said, Days, the WWE Vault is streaming the premiere of Monday Night Raw with HBK Undertaker, Yokozuna tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Really? That is very interesting. We could maybe do that. Do we know what time they're doing that? Do you know what time they're doing that? Because I could be interested in doing that. We don't have anything lined up, so I sort of feel like we could have a look at the first, and I love early Raws. So that is going to be, I'm guessing, the one from the Manhattan Center. I think we've probably done a watch along for it before, but even so, you know, I'd be down for having a look at that again. Have you ever noticed people complain about Seth's crazy outfits, but no one says anything about the crazy outfits that Pretty Deadly wear? I think part of the reason for that, though, is because Pretty Deadly are that way. You know, they're heels and they're outlandish. Whereas with Seth, we've had him do Monday Night Rollins and we've had him be like really cool. So I sort of feel like this feels like it's taking us away from a version of Seth that people would enjoy more. So yeah, I think for me that's probably the difference. Word of Wrestling said, I wasn't in the chat, but am I going crazy? Was the ring mat blue? When did this change? So it seems like this is the first week that they've done it. And honestly, I think the reaction is pretty positive. People seem to be really enjoying it. Connor said, here's 3 reasons why Jade Cargill must return tonight. Bianca has moved on without Jade. Cargill has not appeared in 42 days. Take pressure off Bianca. Naomi by revealing her actual kill. She didn't get killed. We don't need to reveal a killer. She wasn't killed, but so we don't need to answer that. I think there's a chance that we do get Jade tonight. I think there's a chance we get Jade, but I don't think it's guaranteed. LS Dub said, no one cares enough to waste their time constructively criticizing Pretty Deadly. Seth looks like he is letting kids pick his clothes. I think it is that. I think it is just a case that we are working towards... or we've had a better version of Seth in the past, and it feels like this version of him is not as compelling. So that's probably why the criticisms are so great. The sales for my books have stopped, said Sonny. I wish I could have gotten some more traction and shares for my book. I want to get about 100 sales. I'm at about 43. I've said, Sonny, I think this is a hard audience to try and sell poetry books to. I feel like you'd get a lot more success if you was to join poetry communities. I mean, stay with ours as well, of course. You're always welcome here. But I think trying to get wrestling fans to care about poetry could be a challenge. I feel like this, if it was wrestling themed, then you might stand a chance. But just trying to get like wrestling fans to buy into like poetry, I think is going to be very difficult. So I don't know, maybe you'd get some success if you joined up with some poetry channels and went into some communities that love poetry, and you was to talk to them about your favorite poets and all that sort of stuff. I would imagine you could get some success there. Rob said, Seth has admitted before when asked about the crazy clothes, he said he wore them because his daughter likes seeing all the colours. I think if you're going to take career advice from like a 5-year-old girl, I don't even know if she's that old, you might end up going down some roads that some of the fans will struggle with. I mean, what I would say is I feel like I like Seth being outlandish with his clothes, but I don't like it when it looks ridiculous. The thing with Macho Man back in the day was he still looked cool. When he came out with all the colours and the tassels and all that stuff, he still looked like $1 billion. Like, his robes were stunning. Like, think about the gold gear that he wore at WrestleMania 8. He looked amazing. Like, some of the most iconic wrestling gear, be it his trunks, be it his bodysuits, be it his entrance capes, they're all iconic. They all look amazing. I think, was it his retirement gear that was white and purple that looked incredible from WrestleMania 7? So I feel like even though Macho Man was outlandish with colour, he still looked incredible. Seth looks wacky, looks ridiculous. Like, he looks silly, and actually you could end up laughing at what Seth is wearing just as much as anyone could find it cool or interesting. I mean, I think it's meant to grab attention at the end of the day, and it succeeds with that, but would it not be better if it was actually outlandish but also cool at the same time? I just feel like there's a slight tweak that needs to be made where he could come down still in colour, but actually looking good. I just don't think he looks good, to be honest. I just don't think he looks good at all. Right, are we back yet? I mean, I'm still at commercial break. Ah, here we go. Right, Piper Niven. Michin as well. Okay, so we got Piper Niven, Michin, yeah, so DIY are upset with Pretty Deadly as well. Yes, boy! Okay. So we got Michin, Piper Niven right now. Right, DIY told Pretty Deadly it's very important that we win our title match tonight. They're basically saying that they will get a title match if they help them retain. To the outside goes Piper. Michin on the outside, looking to take Piper over, and she does. So we've got Chelsea. She's on the outside with that Women's United States Championship around her waist. Oh, Michin getting planted. Michin. Sidewalk slam. Chelsea comes over and applauds. Salutes. As we go back to commercial break. God, I feel like we're getting battered with commercial breaks a little bit right now. Just remember, every day Chelsea is not defeated for the belt is a new record, said V85 Raw Deal. That is true. That is very true. She is a record setter. Right, let's end this poll because I don't want to get things confused. Andrade against Nakamura then. You lot scored it. 46% good, 29% great, 20% all-time, 3% bad. So actually that has come out as good 97%. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said I just saw Vanessa Hudgens in the crowd, standing and saluting Chelsea. Oh, that would be fun if that's what she was doing. If she was saluting Vanessa Hudgens in that moment, that would be good. The President and the First Lady, says Sportskeeda, talking about Chelsea and Piper. Chelsea Green with all-American gear. What a perfect look for our first champion. It's kind of funny, though, isn't it? Because she is obviously Canadian. So she's coming down in this gear, but she is Canadian. But listen, she's embracing the role. She's embracing the role. Very good, very fun. Uncle Rebel said, I wonder how Carmella feels about Corey having Chelsea's Xmas balls. I'm sure she's a very supportive partner. Word of Wrestling said, I'm actually happy that 3 hours tonight is going fast already. It doesn't feel rushed. Yep, that's very fair. I agree. It's got a good pacing to it. It doesn't feel like it's a chore to kind of sit through this at the moment. Like, so we've watched some Raws in the past, quite a few Raws in the past, where that third hour is not easy to kind of sit through. And hopefully we don't get that tonight. Hopefully, like, you know, it's going to be solid throughout all 3 hours. Right. Cole called Corey kiss ass. Okay, we are still at commercial break. Days, what is the best moment from WrestleMania 40? Mine is Cody. Yeah, I think that would be everyone's, buds. Cody finishing the story. I mean, it's one of the biggest moments in recent wrestling history, you could argue, even ever. I mean, WrestleMania 40 got its big moment that it needed, and it's a moment that really stands up there, you know? I don't think there's anything that comes even remotely close to that. We're in a heel era. We support heels much more now, said Word of Wrestling. Ellis Dub said, we haven't made it to the third hour yet. That's true. So far, so good. We're doing okay. We had a pretty interesting open with Cody and Drew. And we had a good match between Andrade and Nakamura. And now we have got Michin against Piper. Oh! And they are going for it. Michin going for the pin. No joy. Shoulder up. Oh. I am going to grab your boob and make sure it's okay, says Tommy's girlfriend. Before becoming the US champion, don't forget she lost a match where she was literally thrown in the trash. Let that sink in, said Twisty. Yeah, it was against Michin. And obviously she ended up getting her revenge. Word on the street is Michin, Chelsea could be facing each other again at Saturday night's main event later in January. Piper charges over, goes into the corner. Michin moved out the way. Oh, Michin collides into Piper. So Piper down. Salute from Michin. Oh, twerking! We've got twerking! Oh my God! We've got twerking! Oh, mates! Yes! 1, 2. Oh my God, we're living our best lives, kids. She was good. She did a great job. 2025 is already the greatest year in the history of wrestling. Charging over. Boot by Michin. She's got her... Oh, driver! Great driver by Piper. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Why have they not shown a replay of the twerking? What's that about? The flip? Kick coming in there by Piper. Chelsea is down. Piper coming over, dragging Michin over to the corner. Piper is looking to go up. Lord and Days both shouting twerking. It's very exciting. It's the most action I've had all year. Here we go. We got Michin grabbing the arm of Piper. Boom. Oh, lovely sell. Lovely sell. And a win for Michin. Yeah. Do the twerk again. Do the twerk. Do the twerk. Do the twerk. Do the twerk. No, she's not. She said she's coming for that title. Michin with a big win over Piper Niven. Oh, Paul Heyman, the wise man, next. Send that man through the metal detector. Who knows what he's carrying? Probably at least 5 STDs. Because he's a player. He is so a player. Oh my God. There's footage of the twerking. This is the best. Right. John Cena on Monday. The time is now, kids. Right. Heyman's packing. Mayor Pete said, how loud would Days get if the wise man started to... Oh, mate, I'd explode. I would legit explode. It would be such a great moment. Wise man avoiding going through the metal detector. Why? Why? What has he got on his person? Oh, my God, what is this segment going to be as well? I'm so excited. I guess that was successful in setting up another Michin Green match. But other than that, what was the point? These are the issues you run into more often than not with a 3-hour show. Yeah, I don't disagree. It was fine. I wasn't offended by it. It was a pretty fun match all in all. It was fine. I am loving this new look for Bianca Belair. How can you turn her heel now, even if she was the one that attacked Jade, says Johnny. Yeah, slightly new look for Bianca. She has been showing it on social media when she arrived earlier. Let me see if I can find an image. Let's go down, go down, go down. God, where are you, Bianca? I never needed you. Oh. Where's she flipping gone? I've lost Bianca Belair. She was backstage with... I should have some in my notifications, actually. Let's have a look. We are at commercial break, so we're just waiting for it to come back. I did get people tagging me in. Bianca. There's the Kyrie. We've seen the Kyrie image. Oh, my God. I just can't find any Bianca Belair. Let's search Bianca Belair. There. So slightly different look. I mean, I don't know that she's got the long braid in, but there she is. I think we'll be seeing her later on in this show, so maybe we'll get a better look at her hair. I'll put it in the folder for now, but here we go. Okay, we are at commercial break. And, oh, that's us done with hour one. So we're about to go back to the wise man. We're about to go back to hour number 2. Okay, Days, who would you pick to face John Cena in his final WrestleMania? I wouldn't have minded Gunther. I wouldn't have minded Gunther, and I really don't mind doing Cody and Randy in that triple threat. I kind of liked that conversation we had earlier. New Year's Evil on Tuesday. We're going to look at Naomi, are we? Looks like we've got a video package where we're going to look at Naomi. In all of us, there is a light. Len, shout out to you, my friend. We don't have to experience life the way that we've been told. Are these going to be new? These, like, superstar profiles? So we've just got footage of Naomi, and she's just giving us a few words of advice. I change the environment around me. I am the glow. Do you know what's interesting? They've had quite a long time to think about, when we go back to 3 hours, what do we want it to look like? So they've had an opportunity to think about the structure of a 3-hour show and what kind of additional content they need. So actually seeing them do those kind of little superstar profiles is kind of interesting. Okay, tonight, Sammy, Jay, and Jimmy are going to be taking on the Bloodline 6-man tag match. Christopher said Road Warriors against War Raiders. That would be fun. King Yeti, shout out to you. I will get to your comment in a second. We got Paul Heyman. This is going to be a big segment, man. I wanted to come out here on the records. I want to set the record straight. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to find out one thing. Who is the real tribal chief? No big entrance for Paul. We just went straight to it. Roman Reigns and I trained Solo. We taught Solo. What happened at Mania? I hate that. I just think that's a load of rubbish. That chair shot to Seth didn't change anything. Because after that, Roman went into the corner and did a whole ooh, and all that kind of stuff. So there's no guarantee if he hadn't have done that chair shot that anything different would have happened. Oh, he says that he stole that Ulafala. He got rid of Jimmy. He got rid of the wise man. He said he knows that no sane man would ever acknowledge Solo. Heyman is calling the new Bloodline filthy animals that don't belong in professional wrestling. This is a really good promo, you know. What? He got these men because none of us would have acknowledged him. On Monday, tribal combat, no rules. There must be a winner and there must be a loser. The winner of the match. Heyman? Wow. Look at that. So we've actually just had Heyman acknowledging Roman. Put his hands together. Oh dear. Oh dear. After everything he's just said, here comes Solo. So we haven't actually seen much of Heyman doing acknowledge him. Oh, he didn't really do that, but he put his hands together. It's very passionate anti-Solo, but of course that could be a swerve, but I don't know. He did get put through that commentary table, and I do genuinely believe he has an issue with Solo. So I don't know that the swerve is coming. Solo making his way down to the ring. He's on his own, but is he ever on his own? Look at the dude in the front row. Just vibe him, man. Just vibe him. Nice. Better not touch the wise man, said Dr. Luchalala. Here comes Solo, said Amanda. He's bait, said Trippy. It's very interesting. There's a few directions this could go. I wonder if Paul's regretting everything he just said. Solo is the Temu tribal chief. Oh, hello. Heyman then in the ring with Solo. OTC chants. I want you to know I'm about 10 seconds away from pissing in my pants. You had me put through a table. If I even blink at you wrong, I know that Jacob and Tamara are coming out. They're probably coming out anyway, Paul. They're probably coming out anyway. We've got Yeet Champ breaking out. Well, Solo wants the microphone. Solo wants the microphone. He puts his hand out just like how Roman used to. Crowd are saying no. They don't want Heyman to hand it over, but he's going to. He sort of has to. And he does. Solo sucks is the chant. Solo sucks. Okay, Solo's in the ring. He's got the microphone. He was about to talk, but he doesn't. Oh. Phoenix. He's going to want to acknowledge him. He's going to want flipping acknowledging. Acknowledge me. He does want to acknowledge him. And they boo him. That has not gone well. Okay, so Solo in the ring. I think it's time you acknowledge the truth. Oh, yeah. You owe CM Punk a favour? I do. How about this? Let me owe you a favour. I need someone to hold the Ulafala. I need someone trustworthy. I need someone that loves my family. Someone that would never disrespect my family. And someone that would never disrespect the Ulafala. You want me to hold the Ulafala? Wow. Solo reveals he will acknowledge Roman if he loses on Monday. That's big. But we know what the alternative is. Because he's about to say, but if I win, you put the Ulafala around my neck. When I beat Roman. And I will. You know it. I know it. I'm not sure that dude in the crowd that's got the solo Sokoa is the Timu tribal chief nose. That's a hell of a sign. Yeah, you'll put it around my neck and everyone will know. I own you. I own this. You will be my wise man. Ah! Roman will have no choice. Oh my God, look at Heyman's face. He's literally about to pass out. OTC! OTC! Wow. Dramatic. Heyman puts the microphone down. He gets out the ring. And the music sounds. Slavery is not okay. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. But Heyman reminds me of a Chihuahua said that beep, Trini. That did leave him speechless. That was a bad day at the office for Paul Heyman. Right, we got the Motor City Machine Guns. Everything we've been through, Johnny, and you just threw it all away. So Motor City Machine Guns, very frustrated with Johnny Gargano. To build up to WrestleMania, Roman needs to lose everything, and this includes the wise man, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Okay, we are underway with... I don't know. Let's refresh this. I thought we were moving over to our next match. That's interesting. Solo is using Paul as an X factor to get Roman to acknowledge him. Anytime Paul is one of the focal points, it's going to be pretty good. Agreed. Roman has to win on Monday. Okay, DIY are making their way down to the ring. That was a fun segment, wasn't it? Oh, hello. Saturday night's main event advert. Okay, does it mean if Roman wins, he will be heel? I can't see it, says David. If Roman wins, he'll be heel. I don't think so. I don't think it means that. Days, do we think Gargano will ever get to those NXT levels on the main roster and a world title? Yeah, I think he could do. He has that sort of X factor. He just needs the right creative. If he gets the right creative, I don't know why he couldn't go on to have great success. Yeah, I mean, match quality wise, he had so many like 5-star matches. We know that put him in there with the right person, he's going to look good. Solo has been great in this role. I think he has his moments. Saturday night's main event, yeah, a little advert for that. That'll be coming up again at the end of the month. There is no PLE in January, so we've only got Saturday night's main event. Of course, we do have Monday's Netflix Raw debut, which is going to be massive. I mean, that's basically going to be a PLE. And then we've got Saturday night's main event again, which hopefully will be slightly better received than the first one. But yeah, I think there's still plenty for us to be excited about in January, even if there is no Royal Rumble, which is... when is it? It is February 1st, I believe. It's like really early February. The twisted son of a boop did not earn that Ulafala. He stole it from Roman Reigns. So Paul Heyman saying that Solo did not earn the Ulafala. Right, let's go back to the messages. So, Len, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. And Steve gifting 10 Wrestling Days memberships. Thank you, my friend. That is so generous. We have got a Days Reacts video for the members on Sunday. Of course, we do member streams every Thursday as well. So we're constantly looking at how we can keep delivering more for the members. And there's other stuff that we'll be working on in the coming months as well for the members. So, yeah, Steve, that's really generous, my friend. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Len, welcome. And King Yeti. King Yeti said, I always feel like some gnomes are watching me. I've got no privacy. I'm sorry to hear that, King Yeti. I'm sorry to hear that it seems like you're going through some sort of breakdown. So I hope that all works out for you, my friend. Wrestlelandy said, what do we ever think the best episode of Raw was? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to have a look at all the different scores like that we've kind of given to the show. And obviously going back before that, I mean, I wasn't like keeping tabs really. So I don't know that I could really... I feel like the big anniversary shows were always really fun. I'm trying to think since we started scoring, which has only been like the past, 12 months or so. I feel like that episode that had the rain and Cody out in the rain, I feel like that was the best episode. And I genuinely think that's probably the best episode from the past few years. I don't think there was anything during lockdown that could touch that. I don't think there's anything during like the pandemic and all of that. So you'd have to go back and there was nothing in 2019. 2019 sucked. So genuinely, what we've been getting in recent years is probably the best of like the recent era. You've probably got to go all the way back to like Daniel Bryan, like, do you know what I mean? Hijacking the show or stuff like that, you know? You've probably got to go back a generation before what we've been getting recently. So it's just good, isn't it? How exciting wrestling is at the moment. Okay, Motor City Machine Guns making their way down to the ring. So is this a championship match? Former tag team champs. They lost to DIY. We're about to see them fight with their hearts, which does not bode well for the champions. Is this a championship match? I believe it is, isn't it? Because I think it was announced backstage, like, we're going to defend our titles if you help us. Yeah, first title defense. Okay, so DIY against Motor City Machine Guns. Stump coming in and titles are on the line. Do we think we'll see The Rock on Monday? Yeah, I think we see The Rock, buds. I'm pretty confident we'll get The Rock. I bet this will be good, said Lonnie. Motor City is the only tag team that gets pyro, says Johnny. I'm on the fence with Motor City. There's some nice in-ring, but Mike is lackluster, says Dane. I can't lie. I love the ring. It's got an OG feel, said Word of Wrestling. Still feels weird seeing Motor City Machine Guns in WWE. This entrance is good, but the crowd still has no reaction. They're still unfamiliar, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Okay, tag being made. I think it was such a mistake to have them go straight to the main roster. Rock should confront Cena. He interfered with the business of Cody, says Word of Wrestling. Days, I don't get the appeal of Motor City Machine Guns. Why should I care about these boomers? They got pushed to the belts immediately when others have been trekking for them for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the right person to answer that. I don't think we'll get The Rock, but I think we get Cena, says Brennan. Is this a new referee? Is there a new referee? I haven't seen this guy before. He isn't Chad or Charles. Definitely not Jessica. Is he a new guy? I haven't seen him. Netflix should be after Howdy for a film and the Wyatt 6. We need a movie, said Word of Wrestling. Days, I can't find this on YouTube. Link at the top, buds. Click on the link at the top and that will get you where you need to be. Right. We are at commercial break. And honestly, there's an hour and 20 gone, so we are approaching the halfway point. I think it's been good. I've not been bored. I think, like, everything's pretty much delivered. It's just going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that for the next hour and 38 minutes. But, yeah, honestly, not bad so far tonight. Not bad at all. Days, who do we think will be John Cena's first feud in 2025? Well, I'm sure he's going to be in the Rumble. And obviously it's going to depend how that goes, because if that doesn't work out, then I've got to think he'll be in Elimination Chamber. And then I think he should do well out of one of those. And then, you know, word on the street is it's going to be him and Cody at WrestleMania. So I've got to think that that is the... I don't know that he goes into a feud. I could see him having a few matches, odd matches, does the Rumble, does Elimination Chamber, and then we're in the build to Mania. And word on the street is him and Cody. So his first proper feud might be Cody, but that will not be his first match. I could see him just having some matches like warm-up matches, tune-up matches type things, you know? I mean, we could do him and Carmelo. We could do him, Bron Breakker. We could do him against those kinds of people as we just warm up and get towards the real big matches that people care about at the PLEs. I mean, I think we get him against Randy, him against Punk, him against Cody. You know, those are the kind of PLE matches I would expect. And so that means that your Raws and your SmackDowns, your house shows, they're going to be where he'll take on Dominic Mysterio. He'll take on Bron Breakker. He'll take on Carmelo Hayes. He'll take on Andrade, you know, Santos Escobar. Those kind of names will be used for those shows. But to be honest, I don't think he can be in any big feuds because I think there's so many people that want to work with him. I don't think you want to have, like, multiple matches with the same person, if you know what I mean. Michael, shout out to you, said, prediction, Heyman aligns with Solo, then his favor is to help Punk win the Rumble with the help of the new Bloodline. That could be interesting. So that could be interesting. I mean, that would put Heyman back with Solo. I mean, I don't think Heyman needs to be with Roman. I don't think Roman needs him now. Actually, Solo has struggled, and Solo, I think, would really benefit from being back with Heyman. But that relationship would need to change, wouldn't it? That relationship would have to evolve. Like, you could have Heyman constantly scared, and I suppose there would be some fun with that, but I don't know, I could see that getting thin quite quick as well. I feel like we've already sort of done that. So I wonder if, like, Heyman, if he turned heel and started to enjoy being in the new Bloodline, if that could be an interesting way forward. Don't know. Very interesting segment, that. Okay, we are back to the action. Right now, we've got Tommaso. He's trying to reach over. He makes tag. Shots coming in. Gargano. Des, who do we think from the current NXT roster will take over from Cena? I think either Trick or Javon to become as big as Cena. I think Trick's got the size, so he would be the one. He's a red-hot babyface as well. But honestly, the company's so big now, like, you can be a face of a company like Cody is, but there's still plenty of room for other faces, you know? Like, you've got Cody, but, you know, we've got Raw, we've got SmackDown, we've still got Seth, we've still got Roman, we've still got CM Punk. We've still got, like, so many other names around. I think the days of just having one person sort of gone, really. So I think Trick could absolutely be one of those people, but whether he would be like a Cena. I acknowledge the Jumping Bomb Angels, as my tribal chief said, the 85 Raw deal. I think that Monday's Raw will be the biggest Raw of the year. I agree. I completely agree. AEW Dynamite Fight for the Fallen draws 580,000 viewers. So it was below 600,000. Kick coming in, going for the pin on Johnny, and Tommaso makes the save. Strikes coming in by these two teams. Could we see a surprise Demon Balor win the Rumble? It's harsh how bad Finn has been dropped down the card, said Alan. I would be down for that, honestly. But we just don't have a babyface for him to go up against, because he won't face Cody. So if he won the Rumble, he would have to face whoever has the world title. That would probably mean that Damian would have to beat Gunther, and then we would do Finn Damian, which you could totally do. This Raw is feeling like a Raw after WrestleMania. I thought SmackDown was supposed to be live on YouTube. It is, Jack. It's at the top. If you're in America, then it's on USA Network. How can you watch this, said John. Link at the top, buds. Okay, tag being made. In comes Tommaso. Kick coming in there by Tommaso. Another chop there by Tommaso. Chops come in back against the ropes. Inverted atomic drop, basement drop kick. You're still counting overnight viewership when AEW is on Max now. Give it up, guys. The ratings is over, says Tony Khan. Here's Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly have come down. In the corner. Through the ropes. Knee to the side of the head. Tag being made. Double underhooks by Tommaso. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Kick out. Right, now we've got Angel, Garza, Berto coming down. This is going to be a problem, innit? they gonna flipping put the titles back on these boomers? Right, it's gonna end in a DQ because of outside interference. Right, match score. Are they going to win? No, they didn't. Okay, we're backstage with Nia and Candice. Okay, so Candice has been told, make sure Bianca stays out of my way. So Nia is going to deal with Naomi, but she needs Bianca to be dealt with. Okay, so Nia and Naomi, that's coming up tonight. It doesn't say it's coming up next. We've got Sami Zayn, Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso against the Bloodline in a 6-man tag match. Ellis Dub said, I like that match, but I don't like how they're fleshing out the tag division. Do you know, honestly, I can't stand Motor City Machine Guns. I just cannot stand them. I just feel like they're being shoved down my throat. It's like, oh, look at these guys. They're amazing. You should love them. They're amazing. And it's like, I'd rather make my own mind up things. I can't stand it. They're so over pushed. Like, they would have got those tag titles then if it wasn't. And, like, do you know what I mean? You've got DIY who have done so much in NXT. I feel like I've watched DIY and I've gone through a lot with DIY and I've got a lot of respect for Johnny. I've got a lot of respect for Tommaso. I've had so much fun watching their journey. I've had so much fun watching them in NXT that I'm really rooting for them to succeed on the main roster now. And we were just talking about, you know, can Johnny capture that magic that he had in NXT? And instead, I've got to watch a couple of guys that I've never watched before coming in and looking like really dominant, looking really good, being shoved down my throat. Like, no, I know you've supported these guys for ages, but don't now. We need you to support these boomers instead that you've only seen for like 5 minutes. We need you to care about these people now. Well, I don't care about them. Stop trying to shove them down my throat. You're really not doing them any favors. I'm sure they're lovely people. I'm sure they're a great team. I'm sure they're lovely people, and I'm sure they're just some of the greatest wrestlers that have ever lived. But I could not care less about them. I flipping hate how much they're being shoved down our throats, and it is not helping them at all. So, yeah, honestly, one of my least favourite acts on the main roster, and it's not really their fault, to be honest. It's just because they're just like, they've come out of nowhere, and I just don't care. And instead, you're shoving them in my face more so than people that I've watched for years. Doesn't make it make sense. Make it make sense. But anyway, we don't need to worry about that because everybody come alive. It's the halftime move that makes you thrive. Really wanna know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's chat, we can try. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme. Halftime scores, I never know when to stop it, so I just let it run. Okay, let's get to scores. So Mike said 6.9. Mackenzie said 6.5. Serial Killer said so far it's been a little bit boring. So I give it 1 to 10. Pick said not enough adverts. Michael with a 7. Metal Mama with a 5. We got Sammy and Carmelo. It's the ads that are hurting it for me, said Trippy. Carla says 4. Serial Killer said 1.5. Dr. Luchalala says 7. Stone Cold Scorp said 7. Dro with a 5. Calvin with a 7. Draco with a 7. Bray Wyatt Forever 2.9. Albert with an 8. Super Elite with a 7. We've got King Yeti 6.5. Bray Wyatt Forever 2.1. MP Park 7.5. Right now, look, we got the Usos backing up Sammy. We got Jay, we got Jimmy, we got Sammy. Carmelo walks away. Good timing. We've got a big one tonight, says Sammy. Netflix. Oh, Kevin bumps into Jay. I think you need to watch where you're going. I think you need to watch your back. Why is everyone always beefing? Okay, well, there we go. We are with the commentators right now. Right. Days, you're making the money from the ads YouTube has in your videos these days. You making money from ads YouTube has in your videos. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you mean ads at the start of the videos? Yeah, that's what keeps the channel going. That's the only way we make money, actually, outside of the kind donations from people, because there's no sponsorships or anything. And we don't add ads to the streams. We could, but we don't. Dates, in your opinion, what's more important for Cena in 2025? Number 17 or the IC title? Here's Nick Aldis. I'd say 17, definitely. Nick Aldis is speaking to Cody. I respect that you're thinking about the company's future and you're thinking about my future. This is the most important week. If Drew wants to be part of SmackDown, this is interesting from Cody. If I see Kevin, or even someone that looks like Kevin. Imagine that. Imagine if you look a little bit like Kevin and you get dropped by Cody Rhodes. If I see Kevin or someone that even looks like Kevin, I'm dropping them on sight. I mean, if I'm Nick Aldis, I'd be like, please don't do that. please don't do that. Right. Have we not got Did I not do a match thing for the tag match? Let's have a look. No, I think, did we do halftime score instead? We're all out of whack. Okay, here's Naomi. Here is to a kick-ass 2025, said Carla. Carla, shout out to you, my friends. Lovely. When I watch your videos now, every 5 minutes, to ad pops up, which means you're getting a lot of views. I just want you to get yours, said Justin. There shouldn't be ads popping up every 5 minutes. I don't insert. I promise you, no extra ads are inserted. So there really shouldn't be ads that are popping up every 5 minutes on videos. I think there should be some at the start. But to my knowledge, there shouldn't be any that are like interrupting during videos. I'm certainly not aware of that. Justin, shout out to you. Word of Wrestling said title changes used to happen on shows. Now they wait for PLEs. It does feel a little bit scripted. We want it where you never know where it could happen. MXXS said over COVID. Oh, you're over COVID. I thought you meant over the pandemic period. Over COVID, I'm feeling good. Days, can I use you as a greeting card? Would you kindly wish my hubby a happy birthday? Won't eat cake until you do. Your husband, Mike. Happy birthday, Mike. I hope you have a wonderful day, and it sounds like you're going to, because it sounds like you're about to have some cake, and that makes every day better. So, Mike, happy birthday. How old is Mike? MXXS. You can lie if you want. We won't know the truth. So, Mike, shout out to you. Happy birthday. Alan said, please, I don't want any more Naomi. I'm tired of her. Dane said, there are days, but it's YouTube if we don't pay the premium. Oh, really? They're adding more ads, are they now? And is that a way of getting you to buy premium? Do you know, I've said, I mean, I don't get ads. I do have premium. I have premium rather than like Spotify or anything, because you get YouTube music with it. And for me, like, not having ads on YouTube, I couldn't cope without that. I get like, I watch like podcasts, I listen to podcasts like Jim Cornette, Something to Wrestle With, you know, just bits and bobs really. I get a lot of like, oh, have you seen this interview? Like Cody's done this interview, or Chris Van Vliet, or do you know what I mean? Or I've wrestled with Andy. Like there's always content for me to be watching on YouTube. I don't watch 99.9% of wrestling YouTubers out there. I don't need to be honest. I feel like a lot of what's like wrestle talk, wrestle culture, is there one of them? Probably not. Probably actually. If not, there should be. It's you're taking two big parts of the IWC and mashing them together. Wrestle culture. If no one has started that channel, you absolutely should. But yeah, I feel like they just do a lot of the similar stuff, really. Do you know what I mean? Like talk about the news and whatnot. I think as long as you're keeping up to date with what's like, you know, coming out from Fightful, coming out from Wrestling Observer, coming out from PW Insider, if you keep it on top of those things anyway, it kind of eliminates 99% of the channels out there. So, but the ones that I do watch, I couldn't cope with that. I couldn't cope with them. I can't, I'm so impatient. I can't. Having adverts during the wrestling is enough. To actually have it whilst watching YouTube, I couldn't cope with it. So I do have YouTube Premium. I pay for that each month, and I kind of not even if it didn't have the music, I would still get it. But the music, I just, you know, that's a wonderful bonus. I use that as my like Spotify. Pop to Dill said, Days, you should hire Def Rebel to write you a theme song. I heard they'll be free soon. I'm all right. I wouldn't even want it as a joke, to be honest. Right, we are at the Footprint Center. This is where WrestleMania 26 was held. Was it where 26 was held? My wife thinks, oh yeah, signs of the night. Yeet. It's my 8th birthday. I'm celebrating my 17th. God, everyone's having a birthday today. My first SmackDown show. Childhood dream unlocked. Okay, Naomi is in the ring. Go, go, go. Right, where's these flipping scores? I don't want to miss them. 68, 12, 11, 7. Here we go. Nia making her way down. Right, there's no ads on the live videos. When I rewatch the stream, YouTube puts a lot in every 5 minutes. It's interesting. That's not controlled by me. I don't. I do have the option of inserting ads, and I don't do it. I always take the option to have them at the start. I think that's fair because that is how the channel survives. So, like at the start, you might have to go watch an ad, but actually, like during the thing, I don't insert them, and we don't put them in streams. King Yeti said, "Happy birthday, Mike, you boomer." Yeah. Did we get an answer? Where's MXXS? Thank you. He's 43. Oh, my God. Go to the light, Mike. Go to the light. I think it's time, Mike. 43. That's a good innings. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. I didn't realise you were near the end, Mike. Go to the light if you feel comfortable. It'll be okay. Wow. There's like cool kids. 18, 19, 20. You flip to boomer when you're 21. 43. Oh, God. I hope I make it to like 30. If I get to 30, I'll be thrilled. 43. Did you get something nice from your carer? Oh, I bet it's not really cake. I bet it's jelly. I bet it's jelly. You have to be careful with the old dentures, don't you? Okay, we're underway anyway with Nia and Naomi. Bianca is at ringside. I hope you've had a good day, Mike. If you make it till Monday, it should be a good show, buds. Honestly, whatever you can, get yourself in one of those flipping oxygen tents or something, because Monday should be off the charts, mate. Bless. The best gift at the age of 43 is a coffin, said Mr. B. It does sound harsh, but they are very expensive, so that there is a bit of truth to that, actually. You know, you do need to start planning for things, because it's tombstones and like plots. I mean, I don't know if we need to start talking about like burial plots. Some people can get a bit weird about that, but you got to think about these things. Because if you just leave it to your loved ones after you're gone, that's moody, isn't it? That's moody. Don't be better than that, Mike. Be better than that. Right, match continues after the break. Let's go. Days, do we think Tiffany will cash in if Nia wins? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I think that there is plenty of options on the table. I mean, like, this is the first 3-hour show. This doesn't feel like the show... This doesn't feel like the show that that she's going to cash in on, but she could do. But he can get a tombstone in the coffin by Undertaker as a tribute, said Alex. Right, the crowd is just dead for this, said Uncle Revel. They have terrible chemistry. Can they make it look any more scripted, said Tamar. This is a 3-hour SmackDown. I didn't know, said the one Mark. I think Tiffany will cash in at the Rumble, said Civi Pro. Jordan said, I hope Mike got some new tennis balls for his walker. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. New hearing aid. It's quite a few things, isn't there? That's what about one of them chairs where you press the button and it like lifts you up? Oh my god, I could do with one of them now. And I'm what? Oh god, 21. I'm 21 and I could do with one of them. Oh, I bet Mike's already got loads. I bet every chair in his house does that. Stair lifts. Do you know what? When I reach the age of 30, I can't wait. It's going to be so good. Every chair in my house will do that lift up thing. And I'm going to have a stair lift installed. But only I'll just run it around the outside of every room. So it's not just about getting up and down. Like if I need to go to the kitchen, just sit on it, press it. And I'll, if I have to go through the living room first into the hall to get into the kitchen, then so be it, I think that's the future for me. Why has no one done that? Put a stair lift that goes all the way around the house. You just sit on it. Do you know what I mean? You've had a few drinks. Sit on it in the living room. And then just off you go to bed, the bathroom, kitchen, flipping the garage. Imagine that if it just dumped you in the car as well. Oh, I can't wait. 9 more years. And I'll have my whole house decked out in just this massive stair lift. I might even have another track a little bit higher up so that if I'm feeling fruity and I want to be a bit of a daredevil, I can like press a button and it'll like take me up and I can like go aerial. I could be like going around the top of the room, like woo, looking down. That would be so good. Imagine if you was entertaining and you was kind of went up on the top track and you could look down and be like, does anyone want a drink? Do you want a drink? Yeah? Okay. And you just go off and get the drinks and come back again. Oh, mate. I'd have different levels. It'd be so good. It would be like a model railway, but instead of a train, it would be a stair lift. See, people are thinking now. All of a sudden, getting a bit older is not as scary, is it? I live in Ohio. It's really cold right now. I need a drone to follow me around with personal heater attached. Just get a butler. That'll do. Shot coming in by Naomi. Here we go. She gets scooped up, slammed down. My dad has got one of those chairs and it's brilliant, said Nick. It also has a massage function. No way. Really? It's got a massage function. That is cool. That is really cool. Right now, Nia keeping Naomi grounded. Okay, so Naomi down in the middle of the ring. Crowd are a little quiet here. I sort of feel like it's not great to do title matches where you just sort of, you know, don't build them. Like, wouldn't it be better if you had just one title match and you spent the show building up to it rather than, right, here's a tag team title match, here's a women's title match. Do you know what I mean? Just like we're just throwing out title matches. I'd much rather just have one, have it main event, and spend the show building up to it. And if you don't feel like it's big enough to close the show, then end with a Roman segment or a Cody segment. End with a segment. But the last match could be or should be the title match. And obviously you're going to have some special shows like Monday where you're going to have loads of title matches. That's fine. That's a very, very special show. But, oh, she has got that braid. But yeah, like the fact we've just had a tag title match and now we've got a women's title match, like, and that is kind of how the crowd are coming across as well. They're coming across a bit, not massively feeling it. Goes up, rolls through, looking for the pin. 2. Kick out by Nia. Clothesline. By Nia again. So apparently the tag title match ended in a no DQ. That was the official decision. That's what's just flashed up on screen. Nia is going up. Naomi kicks the legs. Nia goes down. Oof. Naomi stomping down on Nia. Oh! 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Wow. Looking for her first championship in nearly 8 years. Naomi. Naomi. Dad has got issues with his circulation. The massage function helps. Yeah, I bet it does. I bet it does. Sounds cool. Into the ring post goes Nia. Boom. Nia goes down to the outsides. Against the ropes goes Naomi through the ropes. Nia Jax goes into the barricade. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Back in the ring. Goes over. Double axe handle there by Naomi. And again. Naomi with a kick to Nia. Oh, duck underneath. Oh, yes! Big. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Big Samoan drop there by Naomi. Nia coming off the ropes. She couldn't quite get it up, but she got it. She got it. Oh. We have a contest. We have got a contest. Right now we've got Nia down in the middle of the ring. Right now we've got Naomi going over. Shot coming in to the back. Naomi scooping up. Or Nia scooping up Naomi. She's got her in a tree of woe. Charges over. Ah, look at that. Hip attack to an upside down Naomi. I thought she was going to go for that annihilator, but she hasn't. Oh, leg drop. Oh, my God. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Naomi. Kick out by Naomi. Oh my God, look at this leg drop by Nia. She delivered that perfect as well. Right across the throat. That really should have put her away, really. Crowd are starting to chant. People are chanting, Naomi, Naomi. But here we go. Nia unloading on Naomi. She's dragging her over to the corner. Nia is in the corner. Naomi. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Naomi's going up in the corner. Got her arms raised in the air. Smile on her face. Goes off the top into a DDT. Huge. Huge by Naomi. 1, 2. It's a 2. Oh my God. Both of these women are exchanging massive moves. We just saw Nia with a leg drop from the corner. Naomi with a massive DDT. Both women are down. We've got the crowd starting to break into a "This is awesome" chant. Yeah, it's really coming through now. Oh, knee coming in by Naomi. Driving those knees into Nia. Face first. She's trying to roll her over. Going for the cover. 1, 2. It didn't feel like it was enough. It didn't feel like it was enough. Oh my God. Scenes. Really fun. Really fun. Right. Days, who's your early pick for Money in the Bank? Do you know, it was mentioned the other day that it could be that it's Logan, and I just can't shake that. I wish I could, but I just can't shake Logan winning Money in the Bank this year. I ideally would like it to be someone else, but I think this year they've kind of teased that Logan's really going to go for the title. And what with him facing Connor in that boxing match, Logan winning Money in the Bank, I think it's something we probably need to consider as being a possibility. If I could choose someone, I would go Sammy. I honestly don't mind Jay as well. I think Jay is so over. But obviously I'd love for Sammy to be the pick. In regards to the women, tricky, to be honest. I mean, I feel like we've just done something massive for Chelsea. I feel like Chelsea would be brilliant with the Money in the Bank. But can you really do it after she's just been given the first Women's United States? Is that giving her a bit too much? I don't know, because there's lots of deserving women. You know, you could go Lyra. I don't think anyone would want it to be like a Becky or a Charlotte. I mean, they've had loads of runs with the title. I think people would be excited for it to be like a young up-and-comer, like someone that needs that break, you know? Maybe you give it to Raquel. I feel like Raquel is so legit. I feel like she's a really exciting prospect. Maybe you give her that. This is your night, baby. You've got to be there. This is your night, said Zoom Station. Tonight's the night. Yeah, let's go. We are at commercial break at the moment, but I'd say this is the best match of the night for me so far. From WrestleOps, PW Insider is reporting that the 2026 Rumble will take place in Saudi Arabia. Really? Really? Is that true, or have you just made it up? Chelsea would absolutely be TV comedy with that. Yeah, and do you know what? I genuinely don't know if she would successfully cash in or not. I genuinely don't know. Days, you should be a commentator. You're good. I'm not joking, said Batman, big fan. You only want that so that I stop doing these watch-alongs. You just want to get rid of me. I know what you're about. I know what you're about. Oh, come on. Let's get back to the action. I'm ready. I'm ready to see if Naomi can do it. I don't think she will, because it would be a bit weird to change it on this show. But then I suppose in a way, this is the first 3-hour SmackDown, so it's kind of a special show, isn't it? Heart, grit, determination. Oh, lovely blockbuster. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No. Naomi looking for the pin. Oh. So there was a big Samoan drop off the corner by Nia. Blockbuster by Naomi. But neither woman can put the other away at this point. Right now, Naomi is up. She jumps over the top, rolls through. Up on the shoulders. Oh, lovely crucifix pin! Crucifix pin! Oh, it looked like a 3. It really looked like a 3. Nice. Submission hold is applied. We've got, oh, mate, the action is sick right now. Candice trying to distract. Bianca comes down. Boom! Into the barricades. Candice is being dealt with. Candice is being dealt with. Go back to the action. Where's Nia? Where's Naomi? Oh my God. She just threw that championship belt right in Bianca's womb. Ah! Into the ring steps goes Bianca. Nia is frustrated. I think she wanted this match to have been put away quite a while ago. She's dragging Naomi to the corner. Looks like she was going for the Annihilator, but she's the wrong way round for it. Naomi is up. Shots coming in there by Naomi. Big right hands coming in. Oh, Nia! Nia picking Naomi up. Picking her up. Oh, but reversed. Cover her. Cover her, Naomi. Tiffy time. It's Tiffy time. Oh, my God. Tiffy time. She's running down with the ref. Is she going to cash in? Nia's down. Naomi's down. Yes, I want to cash in. She's cashing in. Hey? She just threw the referee into the timekeeper's area. Bah! She just nailed Naomi. She's showing loyalty. Ah, she just annihilated her on the womb. There's a lot of womb abuse that's gone on here. It was a ruse. Tiffany has just come down. And instead of cashing in, she's nailed Naomi. Oh. Gutting. Gutting. That was fun. This looks like a cohesive unit, says Corey Graves. Ah, now we're beating up Bianca Belair. She probably deserves it. What? What? Tiffany just nails Nia. She rolls out the ring. I don't understand. Bianca is gonna KOD Nia. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. KOD. But now she grabs a hold of Bianca, throws her over the table. She gonna cash in now? Why didn't she just cash in before? Oh my God, woman, make your mind up. She's given the briefcase to the referee. She's gone to the corner. She is cashing in. She is cashing in. This is one of the most bonkers cash-ins ever. Oh, the Prius moonsault connects. She's done it! Oh my God, that was insane! She'd come down, looked like she was going to cash in. She didn't cash in. She actually nailed Naomi. And then after Nia won that match, she turns, cashes in, and we have got a new women's champion. Mate, she needs to run, because as soon as Nia comes back around, she's a dead woman walking. Wow. Wow. Major title change on SmackDown. Major title change. Look at this. She only just gets that moonsault, you know. Like, she really could have just botched the biggest moment in her career, but she just manages to get her feet on those top ropes. Oh my God, it's insane. Look at this. The pyro is going off. Scenes. It is Tiffy time. Oh my God, that person's got a sign. How excited are they? They are actually at the show where she cashed in. Wow. Wow. Whose time is it? It's Tiffy time. Wow. I'm stunned, mate. They got me off guard on that one. That's how you kick off 2025, said Kader. My God. I was so digesting what we had just witnessed that I just was not ready for that swerve. They just totally swerved me. Did not see that coming at all. Double swerve, said Jay. Double flipping swerve, mate. Just when you're looking left, they flipping took us right. That was excellently executed, said 56 McFly. Really, really good stuff there by WWE. I've got to say they've done excellent. They've done excellent with that. I saw that coming, said Dormouse. Did you? Now, listen, if Dormouse tells me that, I believe it. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming at all. The old double swerve. Nia is going to be furious. She is going to be livid. She is going to be absolutely livid. I can't believe how she only just got that moonsault as well. Like, her feet were just on those ropes. That could have got so easily botched. Days, we need 2 polls for that. Wow. Give me 1 second, because we do need polls desperately. Right. Let's go and get a poll up. We do need 2 polls. You're not voting on the cash-in, right? The cash-in is, I suppose, separate, isn't it? Really, this is Nia versus Naomi. Nia versus Naomi. I don't think we count the cash-in after, because really that was after. So, there we go. Boom. But Ludwig Kaiser is going to get some good loving tonight. I bet he gets good loving every night. Every night that man gets good loving. He's a very lucky man. Right. That cash-in is one of the best ones in history, said Mr. B. I really wasn't expecting a double swerve with that cash in. It was great stuff. I thought she would cash in tonight, but not like that. I went from excited to disappointed to excited again, said BB Yipsy. That definitely trumps Carmella's cash in. I feel like I was just swerved. I was totally swerved. Totally. It doesn't even bother me. I'm not someone that really cares about, like, yeah, they caught me off guard. I didn't see it coming. I'm quite happy to say that. Because that's what you want. Like, you want to be caught off guard. You want to be shocked. You want to be surprised. You know, that's a big part of the appeal of watching wrestling. So I'm thrilled that all these years in, they're still able to do it. Do you know, I think it's disappointing. The only thing that's disappointing is they did report that there was expected to be a cash-in tonight during the show. So that was reported. But to be honest, as soon as, like, I think they did a great job of hiding it. Even though I'd heard that there could be a title change tonight, it still caught me off guard. Banks AR14 said, wow, that was memorable. And I was excited. It was a great job. I agree, but they absolutely just killed it. They just absolutely killed it. Very, very creative cash-in. After watching that, after watching the replay, that moonsault was solid, said Durom. Well, she does it here. Bang, bang. Nah, man. You can see there's panic in that moonsault. She gets all of it. Don't get me wrong. It's not that she botched it, but she was close. She sort of kind of gets off on her timing. Yeah, people are questioning. Johnny just said, does this mean that Charlotte is going to return? Carmella gets a mention. There are rumors of Tiffany Charlotte for WrestleMania. Okay, they're talking about tribal combats. PW Insider report in 2026 Royal Rumble will be in Saudi. Okay, that is definitely top story. William said, who is winning at Mania, Tiffy or Charlotte? I would think Tiffy, to be honest. I think it will be Tiffy time. Charlotte, I don't want Charlotte to return just for her to win the title. Okay, how many more blonde champions? This is getting ridiculous, said Extra Cover K. Okay, we've just got a video package right now that's just taking a look at the Ulafala and the whole builds. Okay, Tiffy Simps rise up, said Pooter. Tiffy Simps rise up. Damn right, it's Tiffy time. Charlotte doesn't need the title, said Stuart. It should be Tiffy against Alexa Bliss. Charlotte will come back and take the title off her in her first night back. Whoever wins on Monday, will Rhea or Liv get a break from this year's Rumble or have another match at the Royal Rumble? Whoever wins, will they get a break from this year's Rumble? I would imagine they will have another match at the Rumble. I would imagine. Roman showing up tonight. I don't think we get Roman tonight because I think we get him Monday. Plus, we've already had a kind of Roman segment, if you will. So I don't think we get Roman tonight. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we get Charlotte winning at WrestleMania, but I do think we get that match. Charlotte against Tiffany Stratton. I think we get that match. So, just a video package for Roman and Solo. Tribal Combat Monday. That was a big moment earlier when he said that about owning him. Roman Reigns, Solo Sikoa, Tribal Combat on Monday. Okay, we're backstage with Solo. I love you, Solo. Okay, we've got Jacob talking to us as he's walking behind Solo. The whole world will acknowledge Solo, says Jacob. Okay, so here we've got... is this going to be our main event? Tiffany just nails Nia. Scenes. She rolls out the... I just wanted to make sure that that had uploaded, but it won't share it, and I want to share it. She rolls out the ring. I don't understand. Boom. Tiffy Time finally did it. She did. Okay, Solo, Jacob, Tama making their way down to the ring. You've got about 15 feet till they start hearing what you're saying, Cole, so be careful. Right, Mackenzie said it's Nia's fault for stopping Tiffy cashing in anyway. Well, I'm not sure that she's going to see it that way, to be honest, but... Okay, so, yeah, Bloodline in the ring. So it's going to be Sammy, it's going to be Jay, it's going to be Jimmy versus the Bloodline. Okay, 36 minutes to go. Does this mean we're going to end with a different segment? Because I don't think we need 36 minutes for this main event. Netflix, Monday. Yeah, lots of excitement. Seth and Punk really hate each other. Got to be some real punches getting in, said Daniel. Do we think there will be a new stage on Monday, said Mankant Gaming? I think that's an excellent question. I've not heard anything of any new stage. And actually, the only thing we have heard is that they want to try and get as many people into the buildings as they possibly can. Yeah, they want to try and get as many people in as possible. So any staging, I think, would be rather minimal. I mean, we've seen, haven't we, with like SummerSlam, like Survivor Series. They're not doing these massive stages. It's only really at WrestleMania where they go crazy. All the other shows, they try to actually have as small a stage as possible because they just want to fit in as many people as possible. They want to make as much money as possible. So I think for Raw, that probably will be the same mentality. So I can't say I'm expecting anything, but I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm sure they've looked at everything. I'm sure they've questioned everything. I can't wait to see what people think about this show, you know. I can't wait to see what people... SmackDown isn't the only show getting a new ring mat, but the other might be a lot busier. Fightful in a few minutes. The one I saw is not a red mat. What does that mean? Oh, God. Busier. Makes me think sponsors. Oh, God. Oh, God. What does that mean? That cash-in was perfect. Tiffy helped Nia, went to celebrate, then took out Candice, then Nia, threw Bianca over the announce table, hit the moonsault. Yeah, bonkers. Bonkers. Brilliant moment, though. Great way to start the year. Probably going to be like New Japan with sponsored, said Alex. Mankin Gaming said, that's true. I think they should bring back the coloured ring ropes. What do you think? I don't mind, to be honest. I sort of like this setup with the blue canvas, the blue canvas, and the white ropes. I mean, that works for SmackDown because their colours are kind of like white and blue. So I don't mind. I mean, you could have a white canvas with blue ropes, but I'm actually really into the fact they've reversed that, and it's a blue canvas with white ropes. I think that looks classy. I think it's good, and it fits in with the colour scheme. On Monday, I don't know how I feel about a red canvas. I mean, that's going to be quite bright. The blue isn't too bad. The red, I don't know. That's going to feel strange, but this is why Sean Ross Sapp, I'm interested to know what he's got to say. He says there will be a new ring mat, but it's busy, and the one he saw was not red. So I'm very interested to know what he's seen. Very interested to know what Fightful are about to report. So I'm keeping an eye on Fightful Select. Oh, here we go. Just now. SmackDown isn't the only one getting a new ring mat. There was a black ring mat ahead of SmackDown, and it featured various logos. A Fortnite logo where the Prime logo used to be. In the corners, it said Riyadh Season. In the other two corners, it said Real American Beer, which is a Hulk Hogan product. There was cricket logos, and a single Netflix logo, and a Snickers logo. We've not confirmed if this is going to be used for Raw, but it was intimated that it would be. Intimated. That's the word. Intimated. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight, yeah. Okay, so LA Knight is backstage. He's talking to Byron. He has got a United States Championship match next Friday. Okay, so black with loads of... I wonder why there's no pictures doing the rounds of that. You'd think if someone was there that they would have took a picture of that. I'm guessing a picture will emerge at some point. Okay, here we go. We've got the entrances. Jay, Sammy, Jimmy. They're going to come through the crowds. Please hit my music. Here we go. Look at the energy here. Brilliant. I bet Jimmy and Sammy are loving this. Getting to experience this. So they're coming through the crowd wearing OG shirts. Sign in the crowd said, I would let Roman spear me. Lol. Just like the UFC mats, it does seem that way, yes. It does seem that way. If there's one thing I've never been curious about with you, it's how you yeet. Okay, so they're coming through the crowds. I can't stand the song, but he is undeniably over, says Pooter. Word of Wrestling said Jimmy's still playing off Jay's popularity. Matt said, Days, it'll be interesting to see if Raw will get a new set. I agree. We just talked about it. It absolutely could. But the only caveat I would say is we know they're trying to fit as many people in as possible. Okay, they're coming through the crowds. There's a Legion of Doom top there. Don't know what that was. That dude's having a great time, though. I do like that ring canvas, you know. I keep looking at it and I'm like, yeah, that looks class. It's me. Day one-ish. Peter said this is the setup. This is how it looks like it's set up. It does just look like an entranceway, doesn't it, really? I mean, I don't know. It's not much that I'm kind of getting from that, other than it's going to be a straight walkway. It's not going to have, like, the kink in it. Because they could have gone big and had the setup for, like, a PLE setup, where they'd probably come out of here, come walking down there, and then do that turn. Don't know why they love that, but they do love doing that for PLEs. But it looks like they're just going to come out here, so don't know. I suppose they could do anything, really, but there's no reports of anything. It's going to be so good. Peter, shout out to you, buds. Woo! God, they're still yeeting. They're still yeeting. Right, Banks AR14 said that was memorable and exciting. Great job. King Yeti, the NMO. Shout out to you, my friend. I don't know if I thanked you for your 10 Wrestling Days memberships. I hope I did, but if not, really appreciate it. So, King Yeti being a legend as always. Obviously, a big congrats to the 2 new Hall of Fame members. We've got Miss Clown, and we've also got Kelly the Wise Lady, who have now gone into the Hall of Fame. I think Kelly said she was going to send me a little message on Monday. I think I've got a little message here from Miss Clown, which I can read. So Miss Clown said, "Thank you to everyone. I genuinely appreciate it. I've been here since the channel's inception, and I've watched this channel grow. It's gone from strength to strength. Days won't mind me saying, but I do consider him a friend, being lucky enough to hang out a few times and really talk." It's true. I'd been out for beers with Miss Clown. We've had a great time. And it's something we'll definitely do again, Miss Clown. But the community that has grown, more importantly, the community is wonderful. Each person is valued. Thanks again. Stay sexy, Miss Clown. So there we go. Lovely words from Miss Clown. Very genuinely appreciative of going into the Hall of Fame. which is so deserved. I mean, he really has been with the channel a long time. There he is, look. There he is. Saturday night's main event coming up January 25th. They're still yeeting. They're going to be knackered by the time this thing starts. There's Kelly, the wise lady. I think, as I said, she'll have a little speech for us on Monday. Dane said congrats to both. Okay. both teams have got into the ring. We got 24 minutes to go. Jimmy, Jay, Sammy taking on Jacob, Tama, and Solo. Let's end this poll. Although all 6 are getting in the ring. Big brawl. Big brawl. 48, 25, 23, and 2. That is... Oh, it's great. People enjoyed that match. Great 73. Let's ask the question. What did you think about Tiffany's cash-in? I think people are going to have really loved this cash-in. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. There's not long left in this show. I wonder if there'll be one more surprise. Nice. Days, that's a joke. How did I not get voted or nominated? It's a joke. I blame you. It's all your faults. And I am coming for all of you. And for everything, you will acknowledge me, says Edward. Edward setting up a big 2025. Big heel turn for Edward. Both of Nia Jax's world title reigns ended by being cashed in on. Huh, that's fun. That's a fun fact. Has she only been champion twice then? Let's have a look at Nia. Nia Jax. Nia Jax. How many times have you been world champion, Flower? She has been world champion twice. Yeah, well. WWE Women's Champion twice. 2-time Women's Champion. I honestly would have thought it was more than that. 2-time Women's Tag Champ and Queen of the Ring. Wow. Right, The Rock is hiding underneath a rock. JDS said, could the Ulafala be made bigger? That's on Solo for The Rock to have. Build up to a match, head of the table, WrestleMania. What do you think? I mean, it could be made bigger. I don't know that we're going to do... I don't know that we're going to get to Rock versus Solo, as they're both heels at the moment. So lots would need to change. I can't really see either of them turning face in the foreseeable. So, yeah. PW Insider reporting about the Rumble. Yeah, this Rumble news seems to have really grabbed people's attention. Couldn't they have gone to commercial during the 20-minute entrances? That is a good point. That is a really good point. Couldn't they have gone to commercial during the crazy long entrances? No. As soon as the match starts, then we go to commercial. Yeah? Days, I've seen enough. Tiffy title reign is better than Liv's title reign, says James. I think you're right. I think you're right. I've seen enough as well. Kev said, Tiffy time, finally. Do you know what? I can see already people so enjoying that cash-in. Looks like it's going to come out with an all-time score. It was excellent. It really was. It swerved me. It had my head all kinds of spinning. Wrestler Andy said that felt like a good old-fashioned cash-in. Never saw it coming. I know. They did so well as well because obviously WrestleVotes had leaked. We never spoke about it. I didn't want to ruin anything, but they'd leaked that there was expected to be a title change tonight, which is why I was like so invested in Nia Naomi, because like it felt like there was a real chance that she could win. And then, of course, when Tiffy comes down, you're like, oh my God. But then when she cost Naomi, in my mind, it was done. Like, oh, they must have changed their minds because she's just helped Nia. She'd helped herself. She made sure that Naomi was not a problem anymore. She threw Bianca over the timekeepers or over the commentary table. It's just bonkers, but it was brilliant. It's one of the top cash-ins, I think. I don't think it's the top. For me, nothing... I don't know. I can't say nothing will beat Dolph, but oh, God, I love Dolph's cash-in. I love Dolph's cash-in. And then maybe Seth at like 2. A lot of people have got Seth as number 1. I've got Dolph number 1. But I did really enjoy that cash-in. Double swerve, said Daniel. The old double swerve. Against the ropes. Tama charging over. Oof. I really thought she would do it, said A. Jobson. Batman Big Fan said, aren't you a little worried about Netflix buffering problem? No. I don't think there will be a buffering problem. I don't think there was any issue with the NFL games, and they had 20-odd million viewers. Like, Raw gets how many? Like 1.5 on network? So for them to go from... I mean, think about that. There's 1.5, 1.6 million people that tune into Raw. Some people will give it... All of them will watch on Netflix, I'm sure. And some people will give it a chance. Like, oh, let's give this a watch, yeah? But it ain't going to be 20 million, right? It's you know, it might be another million. Let's say another million tune in, right? Let's say they double their current audience, which would be incredible, yeah? To go from 1.6 and double it to 3.2 would be incredible. That would be a massive dub to get over 3 million tuning in, right? Because where have you just pulled this 1.6 million people from? You've just got them out of thin air. These are people that are taking a chance on WWE. Like, let's give it a watch, right? And I don't think it's going to be any kind of crazy. I'm not expecting 5 million. I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting 6 or 7 or... I don't know what number people are expecting. But I think in reality, like, to go from 1.6, like, to add an extra million, to double it, like, that would be incredible. Like, that would be a massive win. The NFL did 20-odd million. 20-odd million, right? I can't see any universe, not our universe, not even any parallel universes where WWE's getting anywhere close to them numbers. And I don't think there was any issues with those NFL games. You know, it's 60-odd million tuned into Jake Paul. I think it was over 100, was it, around the world million, which is why we had buffering issues. But no, we ain't going to get anywhere remotely close to those numbers. So I think we should be absolutely fine. I mean, there's been no buffering on YouTube. You know, we're live on YouTube. We've had no issues. Netflix are a streaming platform with so much money. I've got to think that they are, and they've learned a lot of lessons as well from that fight. So, no, I think we're good. I think we're ready. I have zero concerns. Solo in control. Kev said, "What is that? The greatest women's cash in?" Yeah, I think so. Trying to think of some of the other great ones. I mean, a lot of the women's ones in recent times have been on the same show. Liv cashing in on the same show. Didn't Io cash in on the same show? Carmella's was fun. Carmella's was really fun. But I think, yeah, I think that probably is the best women's cash-in. In fact, we can end the poll. This man just compared the Bloodline story to Gypsy Rose. Why did Corey just mention Gypsy Rose on TV? I think he's made a few comments tonight that are a little bit out there, Corey. These commercials are brutal, said Rom. Well, I've got to think this is our last commercial break. Boom. I think they'll do 2 million. That would be considered huge for the debut, said Ewan. To be honest, I think they would want a little more than that because when they went to Fox, they were doing 2.2 for SmackDown. And I think they're going to be looking at that as being like, you know, if we were to take Raw to Fox, we should do 2 to 2.2 because that's what SmackDown was doing recently. Going to Netflix with the amount of people that's around that tune into Netflix, it's hard because there's a lot of subscribers, but how many people tune in every day? And at the time that Raw will be live, it's all well and good having a lot of subscribers, but do people watch Netflix every day? Or is it just there for when you need? Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's hard to know how many people are going to be around. But I would think that you would want 2.2 at a minimum because that's Fox numbers. So, you know, if you can be pushing more towards 3, 3.2, 3.5, you know, you are doubling what you normally do. Doubling. And all those extra viewers have just come out of just people giving it a go, you know? How many people realistically are going to give it a go? How many people realistically are going to be flicking through the channels and are going to jump on, you know? The other thing to remember as well is we are talking average. So I don't know that we'll ever get that number because, for example, how many people in total watch Raw on Monday? I don't know. We don't tend to get that number. We tend to get the average. So we might be talking about different numbers as well. Because it might be, did you know 10 million tuned into Raw on Netflix, which would sound amazing, but that might be across like 3 hours. And so, you know, that then would obviously bring it down, and those people might have only watched for 5 minutes. So, I don't know. It depends how the numbers are going to... We don't even know how the numbers are going to be presented. I'm sure we'll hear of some sort of number. I'm sure we'll get some sort of indication, but I don't know. I don't know what we'll get. I don't know what we'll find out, when we'll find it out. I don't believe that Nielsen report on streaming numbers. It normally tends to be Netflix gloating, you know. Sammy slumps down. Netflix is a different beast, said Adam. 20 million people will watch it in week 1. Why do we think they're putting on a Mania scale cards? Oh, so that people will tune in so they can make as much noise as possible. But again, 20 million tuning in week 1, you're absolutely right. We're talking about catch up. You know, a big part of Netflix is not watching live. It's about having the ability to click on it and go, oh, I'll give this a go over the space of a week. So you're absolutely right in the sense of people will click on it and view it. But we're not really talking about that. We're talking about like live, how many people are going to tune in and watch it. Because otherwise we're just comparing different numbers with different numbers. You know, that rating that comes out for how many people watched on USA Network, That's about 1.6. We don't get the number that tells us how many people watched in the 6 days afterwards, you know? We don't get that data. Just like how I said we don't get the data as to how many individual people watch Raw on Monday. We don't get that either. We just get the average. So if we're going to compare numbers, we need to make sure we're comparing the same numbers. Because you could say that 20 odd million is going to watch Raw in the space of a week, but I have no number to count it with how many watch Raw in a week now. I don't know. I don't have that data. It's just going to make the ratings really difficult, isn't it? It's going to make that whole conversation really difficult. I really feel like we run the risk of talking about different numbers and sort of all on Tama. Shots coming in by Jay. I think they'll do around 3 million and then it'll drop to like 2.5, said can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, again, to reiterate, that would be for live viewers. Whether we find that data out, I don't know. I don't know. It really could be that they just issue a number that's like 10 million. But what that actually is the amount of people that tuned in the space of 24 hours. And we don't have that data for Raw on USA Network. So it would be hard to know kind of, I mean, it would sound good. Double team in. Usos working together. Roll up. 1, 2. Boom. Nice. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Sami Zayn takes out Jacob on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Jay. Maybe we set up Charlotte Tiffy feud on Raw. Maybe. 1, 2. I think the number for Rumble and Mania will be massive. That's the time where fans who don't watch week to week will have stopped watching wrestling to get back into it. Yeah. This whole move's going to be just incredible for WWE. Solo going over, grabbing Jay. Super kick coming in by Jay. In comes Sami. Sami making a tag. Oh, hello. Jimmy's come over. He's having a word with Jay. We've got all 3 of the Usos working together as Jay collides into Jacob. Jimmy collides into Jacob. Sami collides into Jacob. Honestly, the Usos are the best 3-man team since the fabulous Freebirds. Against the ropes. Through the ropes. Boom! Jacob down. Jimmy up top. Jimmy. Bah! Big splash. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Jimmy Uso splashing down. But a kick out by Jacob. Super kick there by Jacob. Jimmy goes down. It's not the most... I mean, it's an all right main event, but I wish the cash-in had closed the show. Feel like the cash-in would have made a much better end to this show. Jacob going up. Ah, what a moonsault. 1, 2. Ah, Sammy makes the save. Sammy makes the save. Do you know what? I don't even think Tiffy has got the prettiest moonsault. I'm fairly confident it's Jacob. Jacob's moonsault is so good. So good. What do you think about multiple finishes ending matches? Yeah, it's a frustration that people have, like finishing. There are times where certain moves I think should finish matches. And, you know, I think there's times where we do go a bit too far. But that's just, it's modern wrestling, isn't it? Boom. Double kick there by the Usos. Jacob goes down. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Big cheer because Drew is making his way down to the ring. Drew McIntyre has made his way down. Oh, Jay, you can't turn your back on Jacob. Duck underneath again, through the ropes. Oh, down goes Drew. Down goes Drew. Jay climbing up. Main event. Ah, misses. Against the ropes. Goes up. Oh, Samoan drop. Ah. Jacob. 1, 2. Jay gets his shoulder up. We've just got minutes left. Minutes left. It is too soon to confirm that Jacob is... Is it too soon to confirm Jacob is the greatest of all time? No. I'm right there with you. He's the greatest ever. OTC chants. Love you, Solo. Jacob over the other side. Bah! Solo getting into the ring. Super kick there by Jay. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Spear! Jay with a spear! Goes over to the corner. Dude in the crowd's got his own Ulafala on. Big splash there by Jay. Solo is in. Ah! Spike. Going for the cover. 2. Solo gets the win. Solo gets the win. Solo gets the pin and the win. Taking it off. Dun, 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 dun. Solo with a definitive statement to Roman Reigns. Is he going to send more of a statement? He's pointing at the Ulafala. That settles it. Roman will win on Monday, said Dane. Solid main event, said LS Dub. Cash in should have finished the show, said Adam. I agree, Adam. Dang it, said Cam. Alan said, at least it's not like AEW when they have to fit every move every made into every match. That is true. Okay, Monday, Tribal Combat, of course. BB Yipsy said you missed my super chat. I'll get to it in a sec, buds. Jay Uso, Drew McIntyre. Yeah, that I was going to say, has that just been made? But I think we did have that announced on Monday, didn't we? Women's World Championship. First stop on John Cena's farewell tour. CM Punk, Seth freaking Rollins. Okay, we've got Solo, we've got Tama, we've got Jacob. And it looks like it's the ones are being thrown up in the air, the acknowledging. Should be bringing this broadcast to a close. Okay, let's jot down these scores. So, did we get the score for the Tiffy cash-in? I think I might have missed that one, you know. I might have missed it. So, this was the Bloodline match. Okay, 49% good, 40% great, 9% all-time, 0% bads. It is good rating. Good 100. I'll have to go back and look at the Tiffy rating. I've missed that one because I am a boomer. Right. Let me go to those super chats then. Yipsy, I am on my way. BB Yipsy said The Rock will appear on Monday with Zilla as his right-hand man. I am waiting for Tala Tonga still. You think he'll have Zilla on Monday? I do think we get The Rock on Monday. I do think we get The Rock. I don't think Zilla will be with him, but I do think we get The Rock. Be there for the debut, the Netflix debut. I can't see any way he misses that show. I can't see any way he misses that show. He's on the TKO boards, and this is such an important show. I cannot see any way he is not there. So, yeah, I agree. I think he's there. Let me move that over. Lovely. So, BB Yipsy, shout out to you, my friend. Did I hear the crowd go, I love you Solo? I didn't catch that. Tiffy was all-time 67. Thank you, Matthew. We had better get Goldberg as well, said Cleveland Brown. Christopher said, overall, 7 out of 10. Tiffy time was the real highlight. Roman is a beep chief, said Crash Dummy. JDS said, The Rock is in the area anyway. Grant said, love that cash-in. I just saw someone saying he's not going to be there. Where was that? Oh, there. Tyler said, The Rock ain't showing up. Uncle Rebel said, pace was okay, but they definitely need to tighten it up a bit with that 10-minute J intro. I don't disagree. I thought this was a pretty fun show. It's just there are moments of... You know, it's one of those, isn't it? I feel like I don't know if I could have took an hour out of the show. I probably could have took half an hour out of the show and it would have been better. You do find that with 3-hour shows. You always think, oh, we could have just shaved a bit here and shaved a bit there and made this a bit tighter and it would have made it better. But I don't think we could have lost an hour. I think had it have been 2 hours, we would have been frustrated because we didn't get everyone featured. We went to 3 hours. There was more breathing room. It was good. But I think we could shave bits off here and there. And I also think the match order was wrong. We definitely should have ended with the women's title match. We definitely should have ended with that. This show should have ended with Tiffy cashing in. But we didn't. And, you know, it is what it is. So, onwards we go. Monday gets that little bit closer. Very good. Right, there is a feedback request that should have gone up now. Let's have a little look. I did it automatic. Oh, it hasn't. Perhaps I set it for like 5 minutes past or something. Oh, where are you? Where are you, boomer? Where is this flipping message? I set it for 1:15. What a boomer. I've changed it now. Okay, so there should be a message that goes out literally any second, which is going to ask for your feedback. So do that. I'm going to go and record unseen, and then I will come back and I will do that feedback as well. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the show, got something from it. I thought there was some big talking points here. Obviously, the cash-in being the top thing, but Yeah, I mean, even Andrade Nakamura was fun. The women's match was fun. Main event was fine. Cash-in was great. We got Michin twerking. Do you know what I mean? So there was plenty of good stuff here. But obviously, nothing is going to compare to what we get on Monday. I think we'll be back tomorrow. I think we'll do the watch-along for that first Raw, which I didn't know was happening. So I think we'll be back and we'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, we're very much back on Monday for that first Raw, and we will start 2 hours before as well. Right. Do I think Jade will return on Monday? No. I think it would make more sense for her to come back on SmackDown. What do you think about the Rumble being in Saudi, said CT Dingo? I think WWE will do whatever it takes to keep Saudi Arabia sweet. I think they'll do whatever it takes to keep them happy, because I don't think they want to lose them as a partner. So I can't say I'm massively surprised. I suppose the biggest surprise is that we've not given them a more meaningful pay-per-view before now. You know, they've always had Crown Jewel or, you know, King and Queen of the Ring. I mean, they had the greatest Royal Rumble, but you know that Saudi want WrestleMania. You know that they want SummerSlam and Royal Rumble. So I suppose in a way it's a surprise we haven't given them that before. So, yeah, there we go. We can get into it over on... Well, we get into it into Unseen. We can get into it on the opinions thing. And we'll be back tomorrow. If you do want to join us for more live thoughts, theories, reactions, all that good stuff, we'll be back tomorrow and we'll start early as well. I think Raw, the first Raw, was only like an hour long, 40 minutes long. So I think what we'll do is we'll start 2 hours before, and then we can talk about the fallout of tonight, what Monday's looking like. We can really get our teeth into it. So I will do that for you. So have a great evening, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it, and people sharing their thoughts. I would love to try and get to more people's thoughts throughout the stream. And 2025, I'm going to try and make it a mission of doing that. But quite a few plates to spin, what with polls and trying to make sure that like little reaction clips go up and answering like little tweets and, you know, trying to get the folders ready for Unseen so you don't have to wait too long for that after the stream ends. Like, I try to do those things during the streams as well. So it can kind of take me away from the chat a little bit, but I do want to try and spend a bit more time in there if I can. But this is why we do the 2 hours before, because you sort of have my undivided attention at that point. And we'll be back with another stream tomorrow. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.